Truth holds longer than any term. Power decays, the rules endure. When politics came to settle a score, he didn't flinch, he shut the door. We are Jerome Powell, we carry the line, not to a man, but to law and time. We are Jerome Powell, we do not bow, independent, unbroken, then or now. He did not kneel, he did not run. The system held because one man didn't bend it for anyone. He stood unshaken in a manufactured storm. Power turned hostile, the rules deformed. Threats in the open, whispers in halls. Law turned to leverage, pressure calls. He spoke in facts when the cost was high. Mandate over menace, wouldn't comply. They wanted loyalty, fear and control. He chose the office, he chose the role. We are Jerome Powell, we carry the line, not to a man, but to law and time. We are Jerome Powell, we do not bow, independent, unbroken, then or now. The gavel was twisted, the courts implied punish.
They done changed my shit. What's up, people? Welcome back to Pringo. Welcome back, Hulk Flyer. They changed it. I think they added, I don't know what trade swipe is. They added a new thing. Only got like 10 minutes, a little yeah, like 10 minutes, but also I have to fix my Discord. Why is it doing that? Uh-oh. Okay. Classic, I guess? What is this? I guess more or less. Oh, ethylene polymers. Do they... Wait, hold on. Am I... What? I don't understand what I'm doing. Am I guessing whether Laos exports more or less electricity than Canada does ethylene polymers? Or am I supposed to compare electricity between Canada and... I'm assuming I'm just comparing electricity between them, right? But I could be wrong. I don't know. I guess it's less. Yeah. Oh, no, I am comparing it to ethylene polymers. Are we going full St. Powell? Of course, of course. Powell actually the fucking GOAT. I guess I haven't streamed since he was put under investigation. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about Powell today, obviously. It's nothing new to... Oh, shit. Oh, I had a time limit. There's nothing new I can say on it. I don't know. Powell goated. Okay, Powell goated. That's why he's the new stream intro. All right. The We Are Jerome Powell. Of course, of course. Compare total exports. I mean, this is gonna be easy. Papua New Guinea's got to be less, right? What? That's crazy. I guess Bhutan is more. Oh my god. How I thought it's gonna be easy. Oh no. Guinea-Bissau's gotta be more than 8 billion. I guess it's a decent amount. I'm gonna guess less. Okay, woohoo. You're really low on YouTube. Shouldn't be. Why is that? I don't know why I would be. I'm gonna guess less. Okay, woohoo. I don't sound low to me. You're really low on YouTube? I think you're gaslighting me. I open YouTube one second. To me, I sound fine. And my OBS says I'm fine. But yeah. Turkey's gotta be more than the British Virgin Islands. Okay. That's that game. I'll play the games that I know how to play. Woven fabrics of synthetic stable fibers. I'm gonna guess like Bangladesh. Oh, what the hell? I thought Bangladesh should be way up there. I guess synthetic, I guess they don't export the fabric itself. I know Bangladesh has a ton of like textile shit. I'm gonna get China. It seems like it'd be a pretty safe guess. Yeah, okay, they do like fucking 80% of it on their own. Freaking hell, wasn't on my end. See, I knew you were gaslighting me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Intentional. Okay, I'm gonna guess. It's never Vietnam, but I'm gonna guess Vietnam. Yeah. I don't know, Japan, South Korea, probably. Or not. I'm gonna guess India, but I kind of doubt it's gonna be India. Italy, Turkey, Spain, India. Oh wait, India was number 5. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Fuck it, we'll take it. And then Tradle. Like always. Gaslighting, LMAO. I don't actually think you were intentionally gaslighting me, to be clear. To be clear. But nonetheless. Should I crash out now? Absolutely. Just if I crash out. Corn, delivery trucks, fucking soy, beans and shit. 63 billion, decent amount. And frozen bovine meat. I'm gonna Argentina. Holy shit, I'm goated actually. I knew that the whole time. Okay, wasn't hard at all. I'm goated. Okay, guys, I'm playing the new game. I learned it from you, Fun Dad. I'm surprised I was the one you learned it from, honestly. I would guess that we don't export that much salt. Okay, apparently we do. I'm gonna guess that we do export a decent amount of that, yeah. Motorcycles and cycles. I would guess less. It has to be less, right? Although 2 billion is not that much, though. I bet we make more than fucking 2 billion motorcycles and cycles. Oh, god damn it, kill me. Wrenches. I don't think we make that much wrenches, yeah. Oh, your elder's not allowed to look up to you. Well, no, see that's fair. See, I want that to happen. I'm just surprised I was the first, you know, it seems like a lot of people you could have seen crash out, okay, before me. That's all I'm saying there. That's what I'm suggesting there. And I'm bad at this. Sanitary I would guess that we export more than 300 million of those. Yeah. Padlocks? I feel like less. Okay. Thank God. Okay. Bi-vehicle wheel parts. Or bi-wheel vehicle parts. I would That seems so broad. I guess more? Oh, kill me. Oh, it's so close, too. Aluminum wire. I bet it's more. Oh, we don't export any aluminum wire. Oh, kill me. I don't respect most of them, though. Okay, valid. Let's go. Speaking of, if you want, YouTube is blocked. Okay, cool. Excuse me? What? I didn't stream this. Speaking of elders and crashing out, I'm assuming
There's
you guys are here. You probably have seen this anyway, but I did join like 3 days ago at this point. I guess only 2 days ago. I think I uploaded it the day of the Peace Guild versus the World thing where he was just talking. You got a vegan pill, Pisco. It was I mean, like I said, I don't like debate veganism that much or get him to offset. I definitely think, yeah, like I don't know, like if he talks to Ask Yourself and Avi, I asked him at the end about veganism just because I know he talks to Ask Yourself and Avi, who are both like vegan debate lords, right? Like I guess Ask Yourself I think was more of a like debate lord about veganism than Avi was, but like Ask Yourself like has a ton of debates with like Hassan and Destiny and a bunch of like the old like Twitch poll streamers about veganism. So I was just curious if they've ever spoken to him about it, because I've never seen Pisco talk about it. But it, like if Pisco was he was open to being vegan pill, I'd talk to him about it. I would just think for that stuff, you know, Avi and Ask Yourself would be better than me even. But yeah, although I will say, Mr. I'm interested in that. You know, we'll talk about it later or whatever. Okay, when it comes to economic stuff, didn't even accept my Discord friend request. So, gotta run NNT on him. Doesn't require much background awareness. That's true. And they have the whole dialogue tree mapped out for me, right? I think Ask Yourself was the one that made that. So yeah, I could do NTT, but I think he might just I don't know. He might just be to some degree willing to bite the bullets. I noticed like even in this this like debate segment thing he did with Wick, there was like someone who like came up to argue about well, it was I forget what it was. God, kill me. I forget what it was, but like I think Pisco said something like, I think you would agree that like just because something's legal doesn't mean it's moral, right? And the guy was like, no. And Pisco was like, okay, so like, would you just be okay with like hunting down fugitive slaves then? And the guy was like, sure. And like Pisco's response to that, like he did treat it as a reductio, and I think that's fair. But also, like what he said was just like, I mean, I think that's just going to ground out in some disagreement and preferences. And it's like, I understand he's like he's a moral anti-realist, right? And I don't think that's a crazy position. I would lean towards moral realism, but I don't have a strong position on it. But even if you are an anti-realist, like even if you do think it's just a disagreement in preferences, which again I don't think is a crazy position. Your preferences should be able to be malleable. They should be able to change with regards to reductios like that. And you should be able to fight on the actual morality of it. But I feel like Pisco would bite some cow. Well, he is currently a carnist, okay? Evil, horrible carnist. No way Pisco bullet bites. He seems good faith. Would revise his view. Well, it wouldn't even be... Well, maybe. I don't know. Like I think... Is it even... I guess it is biting a bullet. But it's just a little weird if you're always just going to say, is it written on your heart? Thanks, John McClain, 3,000 with a sub. I appreciate it. This is true. Which, by the way, I should be talking to Orion about utilitarianism at some point soon. It's up to him when he's had a busy schedule. Going to world war debate. And I did watch that. I did watch the birthright citizenship debate he had. I thought I don't have that complex thoughts in it because I'm not a lawyer. I think I will say I think Pisco does well in longer debates, and when he's at a disadvantage when it's like a live debate and they only debate for like 40 minutes or whatever. You're sympathetic to moral realism? Yeah, but I honestly like I haven't like thought about it that much, and like the reason I'm like sympathetic or whatever to moral realism, and I would say I lean towards it, is like honestly, and a lot of that is just because smart people I know are moral realists, right? It's like I have like friends that there's people I read who are like, I think are correct on other things, and like I think they're good faith and stuff. So like the fact that like they believe in moral realism, right? Like I don't think that's an actual like justification for moral realism, but it does like make me think there's something to it or whatever. So like the fact that Bethan's Bulldog is a moral realist, the fact that Derek Parfit is a moral realist, and I like both of their stuff. I got my buddy Sample Text. I think he's still a moral realist. My buddy, hold on, bro. Put down the Bethan's Bulldog paper. I don't know. I know Lance Bush or whatever like had his critique of that, and I haven't looked into it a ton or anything, to be fair, so he could be right about that stuff, but the fact that Sample Text and Moxie, who are like both Discord friends of mine, right, are more realist, that makes me think there's probably something to it. Peter Singer as well, like the I've read a little bit of Peter Singer, and the fact that like Peter Singer has, he converted from like a preference utilitarian view to the hedonistic objectivist view, right? That makes me think, Peter Singer can convert after all those years. There's probably something to the arguments for moral realism, and of Peter Singer, that specifically the like Sidgwick, Henry Sidgwick's arguments with regards to that kind of stuff. Bethan's Bulldog believes in God too, and like, listen, all else equal, that like would make, in my view, the existence of God like more likely, just because, again, it's weird to say it's not evidence when technically I'm using it as evidence when I say like it is influencing my thought, and it is influencing the probability of like something being true. But like, I don't think it's strong evidence. I just want to be like transparent and saying that like, it's not that I don't have any view, that I'm totally agnostic. It's just that my view is based on like what I consider poor evidence. But like all else equal, oh my goodness, not fun endorsing God now. Just too far God. Well, what I was about to say is like all else equal, if I didn't know anything else and everything, like I would take Bethan's Bulldog believing in God, and like in the same way I take him like believing in moral realism. But I don't think about philosophy that much generally, and then where I do think about it, I think about like mostly sort of normative ethics, right? And not about metaethics or religion. But I watched enough Alex O'Connor as a kid, right? And I still watch him. That like, there's other stuff I know about atheism that still makes me think God's existence is less likely than him existing. It's not that morals are objective, and no, it's not a typo. I'm applying a hating logic. I don't know what you mean by that. Good paper. Nice. Oh yeah, you sent this. You bookmarked this. Yeah. High level look at the lack of dynamism. I always gotta pronounce it in Europe. And European labor market, sorry. The key is not oft-cited high rates of youth and long-term unemployment, but instead low rates of job switching and dismissal. The result is an economy where younger sectors and firms struggle to grow. Yeah, that's part of what I talked to Pisco about. And I posted this clip on Twitter, and it was funny that like a lot of like more like conservative like Pisco hater people like liked it or whatever. When it's just I literally started to tweet with like Pisco's my goat, but I didn't do it because it wasn't this type of conversation. But did you guys still follow with Pisco? No, I sent him a friend request. He has not accepted it yet. I could DM him or whatever, but I think so like the issue, like I'm more than willing to talk to him and everything. The issue is like I think it's just it's a little bit weird when like this is not his area of expertise, right? And it'd be weird in the other direction too. Like if there was some like legal take I disagreed with Pisco on, right? It'd be like kind of just weird when like I'm not totally agnostic on some legal position, but like Pisco just like knows it's like so much more than me on that stuff. That like the style of the conversation just be like really weird. So like I don't know if it's worth doing, but I might just DM him some stuff later. But this is the fallback of the stockdom mindset. Okay, or of any. It's not just stockdoms that do this, but in this case, that's what it was. Hold on, let me turn off this. Oh, what's up, Gavin?
Implications to what his policies would do.
Hold on, I have to find where it is.
All sorts of rapid economic
Studies that I've seen suggest that like a big reason why the U.S. has a lot more like tech innovation, for example, than Europe is because it's a lot easier to fire workers here. It's a lot easier. Is that video way louder than me? It looks like it's way louder than me in OBS. Easier to lay people off, and I'd be worried about losing that under the Bernie Sanders presidency.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that labor being weak in America is what leads to innovations in our country. We had a lot of great innovations.
That's not what I claimed. It's not what I claimed. It's like, again, the benefit of having the econ brained intuition is that you're always going to think on the margin, and you're always going to think of counterfactuals. And like in this case, you could recognize, like, obviously it's not incompatible with the notion I put forward that we also had high growth historically. I recognize you could of course have high growth. You could of course have a lot of innovation. Why does everyone use straw man? I don't know what you mean by that, Gavin. Even if there are like weaker or stronger labor standards, but just like mechanically, like literally, like part of the expected value equation of doing an investment is going to have to be like the cost of failure, the cost of, liquidation or whatever, restructuring if that investment fails. And if you make that a lot higher by having, really strong union protections, really, we gotta start saying straw woman, this is true. Really high cost for dismissing workers. Like if you look at European countries, it's like, it's like 30 months or something of wages have to be paid out to some workers who are fired. And like, that is just going to reduce the amount of risky investments that happen. That is just going to make some investments that otherwise would be worthwhile not worthwhile. I guess barring some, I'm sure there's like some, it wouldn't even be like efficiency wages. So maybe it would be efficiency wages. Like I'm sure there's some like weird model where that wouldn't be the case. But that's like, I think it would just be very unlikely to actually happen. And the evidence we have suggests that doesn't really happen because, I didn't like name the studies here, but there were two studies that just try to estimate the effect of these type of regulations on investments in Europe. And, they both say it'd be substantially higher if they didn't have these type of protections. It actually is a reason unions choke off positive sum changes. A reason for what exactly, Easy Money? Yo, thanks for the gift and membership, Chipringo. I appreciate it. Oh, Bass Guitar got it. Let's go. It does hate Easy Money, but at least they gave it to Bass Guitar, who does watch the stream. I know. You might not be here right now, but there we go. There's your sound that you like. Congratulations.
Innovations, even like books like Abundance recognize this with government investment and public-private partnerships. At a time when labor was stronger, there were all sorts of rapid economic development and growth in this country. Labor has been getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker over the course of the last decades. Republicans have been targeting them with state laws, and federal laws have been weakened as well. I'm not convinced.
That's the one base thing about Republicans. That's the one base thing they do. I do think on the state level, that is true to an extent. I don't have super strong opinions on it. I think it's likely that Trump goes too far with certain things like the NLRB. I have not followed every change he's made there, but I also think Biden went too far to NLRB. But I think Trump literally wants the NLRB to be like ruled unconstitutional, right? I don't think he wants it to exist at all. That's probably too far down. Although it is also probably relevant. It seems like our economy just shifted towards, and I don't have a paper on hand to like back up like how, you know, the percent of which factors matter, like the percent of the decline in union membership, like how much of that is due to what Pisco mentioned of like labor laws versus just like we've shifted towards industries that are probably just like less likely to unionize. Like it's probably just, you know, for various reasons, less likely that software developers are ever going to unionize as opposed to like coal miners, right? Seems like that's true. And there's a funny reason why that could be true, by the way, is because in industries like coal mining, yo, Tesco John, thanks for the sub.
China number one.
China number one. This is true. It's because like unions can actually benefit capital in certain cases. Ignore the OnlyFans. This is to my thing there. Okay. On the right of labor to strike. Earl Thompson. Bruh. Is it just the right of labor to strike? On labor's right to strike. Dude, I bet if I type in B, it's Bethan's Bulldog. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, B, Bethan.substack.com. Let's go. Jay, do you like... Are you talking to me? Is Jay meant to address me? Who is Jay meant to address? Do you like Andrew Sullivan? Honestly, his article endorsing Harris made me cry. I recognize the name, but I don't know who he is off the top of my head. Wait, Trump went too far? Count this conservative. I was shocked, I would say. Well, I'm just saying, like, because I hold a, you know, more anti-union position than most of the left, at least. Yo, thanks for the renewing your membership. I appreciate it. Chipringo. I didn't even realize that was a membership thing there. I'm not saying that, you know, that is an area where someone might expect me to align with Trump, but I still, to be clear, I don't know a ton about it, but I think he probably on the margin is not worth it. We know you hate the poor's. True. Oh, unions are based. That's why we have it. This is not true, Tesco Johnson. This is not true. You know, labor hour, like just annual working hours were declining way before there was legislation mandating the 5-day work week, and way before, fuck you, true, and have continued declining despite the fall in unions. To some extent, they are the anti-union position. Are you against the United States of America? Absolutely. To some extent, they are responsible for legislation behind it, but the legislation is not actually what has been driving the big decline in some of these working hours. Anyway, we're about to start talking here. So let me set up my thing. Uh-oh. Why is it not working? That's not good. My green screen for Discord, it's not working. What's up?
Hello!
Hey, give me a second here. I'm going to try to fix my little plugin that I have for Discord that lets me green screen out the background. I don't know why it just stopped working. 1984. Bruh. Well, while I try to fix that, what have you been up to? I guess you told me you moved to Dallas.
Yeah, got a pretty solid ass job, making that bougie money, and moved out to Dallas. I'm going to Gibbs' birthday next weekend.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. I know he lives in Texas there too. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So just same shit. I was running late because I was doing a little prep with Mullally for my panel or debate tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries.
I was doing a debate like a month and a half ago, and I lost because one of the judges said that considering that saying that property violence could be a violent crime in any circumstance was just unfathomable to him. And regardless of the rest of the hour of my arguments, me stating that was just preposterous and I lost. So afterwards, I was like, bro, here is 18 U.S., what is it? Fuck, I lost it. It's 18 U.S.C. 16 A and B, showing him that property violence could be easily considered a violent crime. Arson, throwing a grenade in somebody's window, attacking their vehicle. So then he changed it to, it could be a violent crime, but only if you're threatening a human body in it. So even then, he thinks he's probably a little better off because of the slight prompt change. But I'm going to bring up how I could go to his house and kick his dog, and he can't do a fucking thing about it because it's not violent crime in his definition.
Valid. Okay, I might just have to deal with this. I don't know why it's fucking doing this. God damn it. Okay, well, I'll deal with it. Okay, my stream's gonna look ugly now. It's not gonna look beautiful like I put effort into making it look, but you know, whatever. All right. So we were just for the audience. We were supposed to Gibbs was supposed to have a panel on just the 1 year into the Trump economy or whatever. He got some fucking food poisoning and has delayed that panel for another 2 weeks or something. But you, like, I know you're my Twitter replies all the time. Okay, you really want to have whatever, you really want to fight me at some points, and are upset that I don't respond to you. And you, I know, reacted to whatever tariff debate we did a while ago, and I watched like a little bit of that, but I couldn't watch all. It triggers some of the stuff you say just triggers me, and I think it's totally valid that it triggers me because it feels like you're just not understanding some of the things I'm saying. I don't know where we want to start with whatever.
Well, first off, we're probably going to mostly agree about Trump's first year of economy being pretty shitty on the Gibbs panel. If we brought in multiple other things besides economy, like fucking national security and healthcare and things like that, maybe I could make an argument that the tariffs are an overall net good, maybe. But I don't think without bringing in multiple other things that are not economic related that I could do that. And so generally we're probably going to agree just in the realm of economy.
I've seen you, I think you said this in your video, and I've seen you said it in like DMs too or whatever. Like, I don't, you seem to be under the impression that like I made like some catastrophic prediction with like how much inflation there would be, or like you seem to be under the impression that somehow economists got that all wrong and that like tariffs haven't raised prices. That's contrary to all the evidence I've seen, and like I don't think I've ever made a prediction like even when like the poly market odds of like a recession happened in the US were like above 50%. Even then, like I recall saying I don't even think we're gonna have a recession. So like if you just want to clarify some of the what exactly you think on those things.
So this would be actually from the Gives Me a Break panel, from the first Gives Me a Break that Pentuple used to be in, that iCow was in, that Katya was in, where we were in, like, iCow, before he died, we'd argue back and forth about tariffs. Mm-hmm. And that point was that Trump's tariffs, and I think this is more brought up in the DCS debate that we did, that Trump's tariffs were inflationary to the point where they were going to cause more inflation. And I kept pointing out in that debate that inflation was cooling under Trump, even with the trade war that he started. Okay, and so I was citing the CPI reports, and you said that just looking at the month to month is stupid, was what your exact words were.
Yeah, okay. I don't doubt that I said that, but I think what I said afterwards was probably something like, that's not good causal inference, because you recognize the claims that, or like the seeing CPI cooling overall and claiming that tariffs more specifically raise the prices on the goods that they are placed on, which typically I don't like that, like Democrats play the game where like they say inflation, when I think inflation has a more technical definition. But colloquially, I do think that is what people understand inflation to be. And when people say tariffs are inflationary, they don't mean it's going to change the rate at a price level increasing. They just mean it's going to increase the price of the goods that they have been placed on. That claim is not incompatible with the view that inflation is cooling overall. And I think when you look at the data, for one, you see just like generally the price of goods is part of the reason that inflation is still elevated above target. But for two, we have better like actual causal inference mechanisms. So like there's, very famous economists in this field, Alberto Cavallo, I think is his name, like top 5% of like cited economists, and he's an expert in like the field of like measuring prices. He has he tracked prices via online prices throughout COVID. He made like a price index to track like the real rate of inflation for Argentina, very specialized in this area. Okay, like he has a paper, right? He has an online price tracker for this stuff. He finds like, the final estimate is like 20% pass through to final retail prices that consumers actually face, right? So like, just to be clear, the firms, that's not pass through to the firms. It doesn't mean that like China is eating 80% of the tariffs and we're only paying 20. That means that consumers are paying 20% and firms are probably paying the other 70 to 80%, depending on how much other countries, decrease the pre-tariff price. And like that is from his paper, 0.7 percentage points to the all item CPI for the 6 months that he measured between March and September 2025 is the most recent time he estimated it. So like I absolutely think to claim that tariffs are raising prices is fully justified, and economists did not get that one wrong at all, nor did I get that one wrong.
I agree that it's not, and I said this in the tariff debate, it is definitely not best economic practice, and we're going to have to wait long term until the trade war is over to see if the juice was worth the squeeze economically. I said that in the debate, and I conceded that they are inflationary to some degree based on the general understanding of what inflation is today. Yes, you are correct. But the prediction that iCow kept making, God rest his soul, that was being backed up by you in that chat probably like a year ago, and it was definitely around April, was that we're going to see a spike in inflation that was higher than Biden's final year in office, and the inflation for like used and new vehicles and things that we import was going to cause an issue. Also in that debate, we were talking about the closing of the trade deficit, and you said there's no good that comes from the U.S. selling more goods overseas.
So first of all, I want to focus on, I can't speak for iCal, but for one, I think you have suggested that like economists were just like crazy wrong to suggest that we would see price increases. I don't think that, I think it seems like you could see that's just not the case now. I also think that like when you say like, CPI is cooling overall and stuff, like I still think, what the impression that people get from that, the impression that I get from that is you saying that tariffs have not raised prices, not simply that like iCal's prediction of 8% inflation or whatever, is wrong. I guess no one can speak for iCal now, unfortunately. But, I also think
I do miss him.
I would guess, yeah, but, I would guess him and also, the economists that I imagine he was like looking at, part of the reason they may have predicted higher inflation than we've actually seen is because the effective tariff rate is much lower than the announced tariff rates. Like the effective average tariff rate right now is like roughly 16% because there's so many exemptions. There's so many, there've been temporary agreements. Like for example, we've had with China that like negotiate tariffs down to like 30% on them or whatever. So the effective rate is much lower than the announced rate. And obviously, insofar as the effective rate is lower, the price increases are going to be lower as well. So I don't think it's fair to say that people made wrong predictions on that.
Well, the Fed, other than October and November where we didn't get a full CPI report, the Fed has been over-guessing inflation every single month. They over-guessed it. Every single month they under-predicted job.
Okay, so first of all, what do you mean the Fed, to my knowledge, does not measure inflation? It's the BLS puts out CPI, and the BEA puts out PCE, and the BEA, which makes PCE, that the Fed is what they care most about core PCE for their inflation target. the Fed is not responsible for that. But I also those are also the job numbers are by the BLS too. To the extent that there are revisions and everything, like that is a common thing for the jobs numbers. Those are required. They are like by nature revised 5 times, twice in the next month, and then another several times when tax data comes through, right? That's not any indication that like the economist just got this one wrong. That's indicative of falling response rates and just normal revisions that happen all the time.
I agree, but when they make their predictions a month sooner, their forecast for next month's inflation, next month's jobs, every single month, they have been over-guessing inflation and under-guessing the job performance of the administration.
Okay, when you say the Fed, do you mean, I know the individual like Fed governors, I believe, all make predictions or whatever. And I don't know if you've aggregated that. I don't know if they have like a average measure of them or whatever. But I think that is a much less substantial claim to me than what I get from when you say things. And maybe this is simply because I talk to other people and see other people making more extreme claims where they say like economists were just like totally wrong in this, and actually tariffs just haven't increased prices or whatever. Saying that like the Fed governors have all predicted inflation a little bit too high, right? I'm assuming it's within, like it's under 0.5 percentage points every time, I would guess. That is just not a very strong or meaningful claim to me.
Okay, at the end of the day, though, if these Fed governors are banking with these predictions to make policy down the line, to lower interest rates down the line based on inflation that they say is coming, that never came, and they're over-guessing inflation every month and using that to justify keeping keeping interest rates where they are, then it has a bit of veracity to it, doesn't it?
So I don't even think, for one, with how small of a margin of error you'd be talking about, that it would actually affect. Like you might get to, 1 or maybe 2 rate cuts being justified if they were, 0.5%, if all of them were 0.5 percentage point off of inflation or whatever. But like so I just want to be. I want to separate out some of these claims. Okay, so just to be clear, we agree that tariffs have had roughly a 20% pass through to final consumers.
I don't know the exact number, but I'd say that sounds pretty close to what I would guess.
Sure. Okay. And then there's another paper that tries to look at the effects on PCE. So we would agree, firstly, with the first paper I cited, roughly in the 6 months they measured, tariffs contributed roughly 0.7 percentage points to CPI, implying that, the 2.9% annualized inflation we saw in August 2025 would have been 2.2% absent the tariffs existing. That is probably, you agree that's probably roughly correct?
That would sound, yeah, definitely. Again, it's not best practice to do the trade war and tariffs, so we have, okay, they're
I'm just trying to
keeping prices higher. Yes, I agree.
Sure, I'm just trying to be clear on these claims. Okay, so we also agree. There's another paper. I actually, to be fair, I think this paper uses less robust methods, but nonetheless, it finds roughly of PCE, headline PCE, 0.5 percentage points of the headline PCE inflation year over year in August of 2025 was due to tariffs. Do you think that's probably roughly correct as well?
I don't know the exact numbers, but yeah, it doesn't sound too wild of a claim.
Sure. Okay. Glad we agree with that. So now, if we're making some claim about like the Fed governors overestimating inflation or whatever, I think that is, a much that's a much less meaningful claim to me than I think I see most people making, and from what I get from what you say about many of these things. But like, I guess I don't know what you're like. Where do you want to go from there? I guess, are you saying, so is the claim that they are somehow politically biased, or is the claim that like this is going to somehow justify, for example, what Trump did with Jerome Powell recently, or Lisa Cook? I'm just saying
they've been wrong about inflation quite a bit. Like, we could talk about how it's only like 10 to 50 basis points off, but At the end of the day, when you're looking at month-to-month inflation, we're talking about 0.2, 0.3, 0.4%. If the actual inflation on PCE I'm looking at now, not PCI, in August was 0.2 and the TE forecast was 0.3, that means they overestimated monthly inflation by 50%.
Sure, but I think that's not actually going to... So my understanding with the way the Fed makes its decisions, even though it's like, technically a 50% overestimate, I don't actually think that has a big effect on the interest rate. I think because you with the Taylor rules they have, that much of a difference, 1 basis point is just not going to affect interest rate cuts most of the time. I can pull up the Taylor rule calculators.
I'm trying to find the Powell quote where he was saying that the reason why he was not lowering interest rates was because he was expecting Q3 inflation. I'm trying to there was something like that I remember him saying. I just didn't have it handy right now. It was in one of my notes for one of my debates.
Okay, sure. But okay, do you understand why when I hear you say these things and when you reply to my tweets with what seems like oftentimes I think clearly kind of stretching what I've said, I get the impression that you're not simply saying you don't like the Fed governors because they overestimate inflation by 0.1 percentage points, right? Or 0.1 basis point. I get a much stronger.
I don't think Jerome Powell's probably a great guy, but the fact is he got inflation wrong pretty drastically under Biden, and he got it. The Fed predictions have been wrong almost every single month over Trump. Sometimes almost double what the actual CPI and CPE were for that month. And when you're guessing over sometimes double, chances are you're not going to be cutting basis points off the interest rate when you think this inflation's coming. And now that we see Q3 and Q4, that inflation never came at the degree we were being warned about, isn't it stand to reason that maybe interest rates should have come down a little further faster?
But to be clear, I think that maybe would get you to 2 rate cuts. Trump wants 10 rate cuts. You acknowledge that, right? Trump has said interest rates should be between 1% and 2%, right?
Yeah, Trump says a lot. I'm not here to defend all the stupid things Trump says at all. Okay,
but that's what you do, though. So I don't be clear about that. The administration is lying about, for example, how high interest rates are being kept. There's just a lot of insanely misleading rhetoric around there. And even if I, grant that them overestimating inflation by a few basis points would have an effect on rate cuts, that would get you nowhere close to where the administration wants them, right?
Yeah, but again, this started with me watching our 2 debates and parsing out where I was correct about things now that we have these numbers. The administration could say that inflation doesn't exist.
Hold on. How are you? Okay.
To do with our previous debates that I was watching and covering to prompt this.
Well, I do care about what the administration says.
Sure,
as well, because, to my knowledge, you largely defend Trump, and I know you, to some degree, defend the trade war, even if you will say things like, "Oh, it might not economically always be best practice" or whatever.
Absolutely.
So what is your? Okay, so what is your impression? Firstly, I would just ask: do you think that Trump, is in any way indicting Powell? Or I guess he hasn't been indicted yet, but they're investigating Powell in any way in good faith, or do you think it's probably just because Trump wants more control over the Federal Reserve, as he said multiple times?
Well, even if Powell is removed from the chair seat, he's still on the gubernatorial board of the chair for another 2 years. So I think
that's not an answer to my question. Do you think that Trump is doing that?
Whatever. I don't care much about it, but I don't think it's in good faith. I think he's trying to put the squeeze on him to force him out. Yeah.
Wait, do you think how much of your impression of Trump and his performance in the economy would change? Let's just say, literally, Trump got what he wants. Majority of his people on the FOMC. Do you think that would in any way meaningfully change your view on him?
I think no, not really, because he's been that way since he got into office, kind of a bully and pushing people around, especially in ways that might not be ultimately legal at the end of the day.
But my question, but you recognize, when I say, I understand that might fit with your, maybe impression was the wrong word, because I recognize, yeah, Trump like does this or whatever. But what I'm asking is, how much like would you downgrade his performance as president if he went so far as to like actually get rid of Fed independence? That's what I'm asking. Like, you should, whether or not you think this fits with like how what you think Trump typically does. If he actually does do it, how bad do you think that would be, essentially?
Oh, that's a way more complicated question than I think you're asking, than you think you know, because what we found out from the Consumer Protection Finance Bureau and a couple other independent agencies is that the executive actually had more authority over these things.
That's not what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking, regardless of whether it's legal or illegal. Regardless of whether it's legal or illegal. Okay, I don't care about that right now.
If it's illegal, if it's illegal and he does it, then it's obviously bad. If there's a legal way for him to do it, then it's probably not nearly as bad. There's a lot of criteria. Like, I have to see how this plays out.
Okay. You agree, obviously, just because something is within the president's authority does not mean it's good, right? Like, that's trivial.
Good or bad? Yeah, I mean, they can do bad things with their power, absolutely, but...
Okay, do we think that this would be a pretty bad thing Trump did with his power, supposing it was in fact legal?
I guess at the end of the day, if I have to say good or bad, I'd say it's bad, but it's really very minuscule. It doesn't register to me.
That's minuscule to you? Why is that? Do you recognize, like, there is, from my reading of the evidence, like a pretty decent amount of evidence that central bank independence does lead to lower inflation rates, does lead to less financial crises. It, even like if we look within the U.S., not like just the effects of like presidents pressuring the Federal Reserve, which has not happened that much, but like Nixon did it for like, that did lead to like roughly 5% higher inflation after 4 years, right? Like it seems like this is central bank independence is a kind of good thing, is a norm that we've had too, that this would be bad to break.
Well, yeah, Jenna, if you're speaking about the last 70, 80 years in history and using that, then yeah, I agree. But if we're looking at specifically Jerome Powell and how many mistakes he's made on inflation, then I tend to disagree a bit more. He's messed it up a few times.
I disagree that he's made that many mistakes on inflation. I think he's made like basically 2 mistakes, and I'm willing to talk about that, and I want to talk about that. But I'm just saying, you recognize, regardless of whether or not Jerome Powell has made mistakes, okay? Let's say I fully grant your view of Jerome Powell. The thing we're talking about here is not a different Fed governor getting into his place and doing slightly better. The thing we're talking about here is not just the effects of Trump having political control over the Fed, which I think would be bad enough, but probably future presidents having some amount of control over Fed, the markets not thinking that the Fed is credible anymore, not believing that it is politically independent. Do you recognize that those are probably more harmful than simply getting someone who you think is better than Jerome Powell in as Fed chair?
No, I don't. I don't think we should have independent agencies. I think they should fall under the purview of either Congress or the executive. There's no Article 4 of the Constitution.
I don't know why we keep going back to that. Regardless of like so I'm asking, you roughly accepted earlier that it does seem like central banks independent central banks do lead to lower inflation. They do lead to less financial crises. I don't know if you're convinced of that. Like, even if you just have like lower turnover between the central bank head, that seems to have lower effects that seems to lower inflation, as well as just
keep unemployment low too.
Not meeting. Sure.
I'm a fan of the Fed. Yes, I'm a fan of the Fed.
Okay.
I'm not.
But you reckon, so what I'm asking you is, do you think, regardless of your view of Jerome Powell, right, or technically not regardless because you're weighing these things, do you think that, or I'll just say, regardless of the legality of it, right, regardless of whether you like independent agencies generally, do you think there could be longer term harm from removing the independence of the Fed and getting rid of the credibility of the Fed that would outweigh any benefit of having getting rid of Jerome Powell?
Oh, could be. Yeah, I don't see it as a promise, and there's obviously going to be downsides to it. Absolutely, I see some definite.
Why is that only a could be? To me, that's crazy.
Also, not because you're saying hypothetically, could there be? You're asking, could there be? So I'm answering, could there be? Yes, it could be.
Okay, how likely do you think that is?
Who's the next president going to be? Like, I don't know. Like, we're talking long-term effects. Like, I don't know.
Okay, like, to me, this is great. This should not be, in my view, this should be a pretty simple thing. Like, almost all the evidence says that, like, I want to be good. But my reading of the evidence is that independent central banks are correlated with lower rates of inflation, decently heavily. That's not necessarily causal, but when you try to do more causal things, it does seem like central bank independence and sort of proxies for central bank independence, like the turnover between central bank heads, like, does this leader of the central bank leave when a new president gets into office? That's evidence against the central bank being independence. Those also do have those do kind of, hold on, just real quick. I recognize, Trotsky, that the Allison and Summers paper, I recognize that that's not actually a particularly good paper. I recognize that. I know that. Okay, anyway. Regardless of that, it does seem like these things matter. And I would hope that, like, if you agree, even, as you said earlier, you don't, even if the Fed governors were overestimating inflation by how much you say they are, right? Or no, to be clear, I think that's true. I recognize that's true. That might only get you to 2 rate cuts. The fact that Trump wants 10 rate cuts, right? That would probably be pretty bad.
Yeah, I definitely think it would have been too fast, too soon. It may have heated up the economy and caused more inflation, but ultimately, it's just a guess.
Do you think there'd be a long-term loss in Fed credibility because of that?
Depends on how it was handled. If Trump fired Powell, let's say hypothetically, he had the right to fire Powell. He fires and brings his own guy in, and that leads to greater economic volatility and instability. Then yes. Then yes, I agree.
Okay. It's a little weird. So I'm asking, the action itself of firing Powell and or either firing Powell and or getting more people in the FOMC, by trying to push out more people, like he's trying to push out Lisa Cook currently. If that action in and of itself, regardless of what exactly happens to the economy afterwards, like, I'm asking what the effects of that action itself do you think would be on the economy? That's the same. That's what I'm asking. Like, how much of the I would assume you think it's almost trivial that, like, there would be a loss in credibility if people found out the Fed would now be, controlled by proxy by the president.
Sure, there's some downsides there. It could lead to a loss in credibility, but let's say hypothetically Trump was correct that Powell is a partisan actor actively working against him to make his economy slow down by keeping interest rates high. Thus, we have less investment in the country. Thus, we have less jobs every month, blah, blah, blah. Let's say he's correct about that. What's the check and balance on Powell? Who is there to say, hey, Powell, you're doing things in a political way? There's not. So what? Really.
Powell is not the only. So this is a different question. To be clear, is it, like, again, what I'm asking is, how bad do you think the effect, if you grant that there would be a loss in Fed credibility, I'm asking how bad do you think the effects would be on the economy from that thing, and secondary to that, how bad we think that the effects of if Trump got his way of rate cuts, how bad that would be as well in the short term. But even to be clear on that question, there are other members of the FOMC. Powell's not the only one there, and they can overrule him. They all have a 1 vote. I forget what special powers the chairman has. I don't know off the top of my head. And they are term limited as well. Obviously, the president gets to appoint them, but there are checks on Powell. Trump is trying to get rid of the checks that the FOMC has by he has literally said he wants a majority of his people on the FOMC.
Which is understandable when you're the president. Why is this independent constitutional branch governing how the president's
First of all, I have no clue. Like, I don't know what you mean by understandable. Number one, but regardless of whether
you're asking me to read the future with just a broad.
I'm asking you to do you should be able to, if I name essentially a policy, this might not, I don't know what the definition of policy is, right? But, an action the president takes, I expect you to some degree to be able to have a view on whether or not this is good or bad. And that's going to involve, yes, making some predictions about the future. But if most of the evidence we have seems to suggest that, independent central banks do tend to be correlated, at least with some of these metrics that we like lower inflation, like less probability of financial crises, right? And if you even granted that Trump wants way more rate cuts than can be reasonably justified, if you grant those two things, you should be able to make some prediction about how bad the effects would be.
I can't, because I don't know what that new person would do when they got in office. Like, what if they came in? Like, what if
it's
Trump's
not
guy
just
came
about
in
what
and
the
was,
next person would do. It's
it
a
was a
loss in
responsible
credibility.
Hold on. Let me finish the sentence. Yes, the loss in credibility would not be good. It caused some instability. Instability doesn't mean the economy is going to crash. It's just a little. Sometimes instability does very little to the economy. Sometimes it does a lot. If this person that comes in is a responsible steward of the economy, but actually making accurate predictions of what inflation down the line is going to look like, and not saying these tariffs are going to cause massive inflations in Q3 or Q4, we just haven't seen it yet, like the Atlanta Fed was predicting and other Feds predicted as well around the country, then yeah, I could see rate cuts going maybe not to what Trump wants, but more than what Powell gave. Like, and that could be.
What we're talking about here is Trump getting political control over the Fed. That would be like, that's the hypothetical we're talking about here, which I think.
Who he puts in. If he puts in somebody like Bassett.
No. If Trump, the hypothetical that we're talking about here, right? To be clear, is if Trump gets like enough political control over the Fed such that he does have reasonable influence over it, like suppose that he gets that, number one, why wouldn't he do the rate cuts that he wants to do, right? And you grant that would be bad. And then two, you keep switching to like, or you keep talking about like who's the next person that comes in or whatever. Again, what I'm talking about here, it's the loss in credibility. It's the fact that people know that the Federal Reserve is no longer politically independent. It is controlled by the president, and it's possible, I recognize it is possible for a president to be a responsible steward of the Federal Reserve, but one, I think the incentives of politicians are such that that is not particularly likely. I think they have more short-term incentives than the head of the central bank does, and two, it's the fact that it's the uncertainty around whether or not they will be a responsible steward, right? Even if the next president comes in and they are responsible, how do we know that, Queen AOC is not going to come in after, J.D. Vance runs 2 terms, right? And AOC is going to do some insane expansionary policy and lead to a ton of inflation. It's the uncertainty about that. That was what makes the Fed lose credibility.
I understand that, but like, what is a credible Fed? Right now, the Fed has like a 30% like approval rate in the United States. I would argue that they've already lost credibility and they're an independent branch.
Not near. So I don't think the approval might be low by the general public. I would guess
public trust in Federal Reserve, according to Gallup, in 2023 was 36%.
That's not really what I'm talking about when I say credibility. It's not like people's like sentiment on the Federal Reserve. I mean, like, if the Federal Reserve, if Powell, comes out and says, this is our inflation target, we're gonna hit this, or like, this is where I think the labor market is, and like, this is what I want to do to improve it. Like, people trust that is going to happen, and people also, trust that decisions are not being influenced by the president. It's not being politically controlled.
I understand that. It could affect the credibility, but the credibility is already in the gutter because Jerome Powell's handling of inflation. It's at 30% trust. And I know that you're saying that's not the same thing, but credibility is trust. If the public doesn't trust the Fed as is, then I don't see the trust changing. Like, okay, let's say Trump gets control of it. He's still going to be at 30% approval.
I'm not talking about the public sentiment on the Fed, right? I don't think that is the most relevant thing here. That might have some degree of relevance, and I think, when central banks really do lose a ton of credibility, like, the public will have some negative sentiment there. But I don't think that most of the American public is even informed enough to know what the fuck the Fed actually does. Okay, I don't think most of them could actually define anywhere close to like what quantitative easing actually is, right? So I recognize that trust in the Federal Reserve might be low, but I'm talking about not like the public sentiment on it. I'm talking about how businesses, how responsible people, how investors, react when the Fed says things, how credible the Fed's inflation target is, for example, if they are actually going to hit the inflation target. One mistake I think Jerome Powell made is like, he announced that they were going to switch to flexible average inflation targeting, and then later he clarified, like, oh, when I say flexible average inflation targeting, the Fed is not going to, I don't know if you know exactly what that means, but the Fed is not going to make up for overshoots in inflation of undershoots later on, right? I'm talking about, like, when they make a decision like that, how much confidence people have in the fact that they're actually going to do that.
But you just said, okay, so you don't trust the metric of public trust in the Fed, but then you go to what people
That's not
see
what I'm talking. It's not that I don't mean by don't trust.
So yeah, you're saying that you don't trust the Fed under Donald Trump.
I recognize it's a real
credible
metric. I trust it that is the public sentiment on it, but that is not what I'm talking about when I say Fed credibility.
Yeah, public sentiment on it is trust in the Fed. That is the Fed's credibility. People see them as an uncredible.
No, that's what I'm disagreeing with.
That's what Gallup defines it as. That's what they're asking, is the credibility. And you could say, I think all the voters are stupid.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, I don't. We live in a society where people are self-governing and make the best decisions for their life. I don't think everyone's stupid on the economy. I don't think the voters are all retarded and we need to just preach.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It is. That is exactly what you said.
That's what I'm getting at. We are defining these things differently then, okay? If I ask someone on the street whether they approve of the Federal Reserve or whether they, like, find it credible, I don't think they're even informed enough to, like, make that call very closely, to be clear. I do think most Americans are not informed enough to do that. It doesn't mean they're stupid or anything. It doesn't mean they can't have some say about how well the economy is doing. But I'm talking about, again, when the Fed announces, what it's going to do, when the Fed says that we have a long run, 2% inflation target, how much, investors, businesses, to a lesser extent consumers as well, believe that. And if the Fed is independent and people know that the Fed is not subject to political whims and the Fed can think in a long term, people are going to believe that. If the Fed is politically controlled, especially if it's controlled by Donald Trump, or for that matter, I think other populist leaders would be bad on that too. People are not going to believe that. Foreign investors are not going to believe that. It's probably going to spike long-term bond rates, right? Because I think there's going to be more inflation and demand higher payments for it. That's what I'm talking about when I say Fed credibility. However, whatever you want to define that as, if you don't want to say credibility, then it's fine. But that's what I'm talking about losing.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm telling you, even if the Fed is independent, it could still lose all of those things. And I think that 20%... I agree that's conceptually possible. Let me get a whole sentence out. Let me get a whole sentence out. 20% of U.S. adults are business owners. So I trust that when the Fed's at 30% trust with the public, that they've already lost that credibility. When they're saying that we're going to get massive inflation in quarter 3 and quarter 4, we're not going to lower interest rates because these tariffs could create inflation at the end of the year, and then they're wrong about it, that's what drops the credibility as well. The Fed being wrong is the reason. Like you're saying, the Fed being political means they'll be wrong more often. They're wrong when they're independent too, and they were wrong about inflation, and now their credibility is the lowest it's been in 40 years.
Again, so you're defining credibility a different way. So I recognize, to be clear, that it is possible for an independent Federal Reserve to lose credibility. That is possible. And I recognize, like, certain things that have to some degree lowered it. Like, I think the fact that Powell switched to, again, it made it clear that the flexible average inflation targeting would be, like, asymmetric, that he said we're not going to make up for undershoots. Like, I think that had some marginal effect on the credibility of the Fed. But ultimately, again, I don't think, like, the point saying that 20% of the American public is fucking or adults or business owners or whatever. That's not that's not really what I'm talking about here. So I think this might be a better way of thinking about it. I don't know how you want to define this, but when Powell says we're gonna, or any member of the Federal Reserve says, we're gonna have roughly a 2% long run inflation, whether or not the government of China believes that, like whether or not China, when it goes to buy U.S. bonds at auction, is going to accept a interest rate that is in line with a 2% inflation rate, right? That's what I'm talking about here. And it doesn't seem like the Fed has lost that credibility. Like if you just look at the tip spread, for example, which is like roughly the market expectation of inflation rates, it is slightly above 2%, I believe. But like if you just look at, like, let's just look at the 30-year tip spread.
Is that on
It's
trading economics?
2.5% right now, right? I'm worried about if we lose the type of credibility I'm talking about. I'm worried that is going to go up to 5%, right? I don't know how high it went up would depend on a lot of things, but I'm worried it would be substantially higher than the 2% inflation target.
That's what I'm saying too. It depends on a lot of things that we don't know, and every time I try to parse any of those things out,
that's
you
not,
say I'm getting off the subject.
What I said is how much inflation expectations, 30-year inflation expectations would go up would depend on a number of things, such that I'm not comfortable making a prediction on it. What you're saying is you can't even predict how damaging, or like if it would be any amount of damage to end the independence of the Federal Reserve and have the Fed lose credibility because of, you think they've lost credibility. Do you recognize that there's a difference in? I just want to start first. Do you recognize that there is a difference between what I did, which was be unwilling to put out an exact number on how high 30-year inflation expectations would be, versus what you're doing in saying that I can't predict whether ending independence of the Federal Reserve would be substantially good or bad for the economy? Do you recognize that those are substantially different?
Substantially, no. I think that you're hitting on two pretty similar things here. The public opinion, the public are the ones that start businesses. You're talking about foreign, and I'm looking for any poll about foreign trust in our Federal Reserve and foreign trust in our bond.
I was using that as an example to make you understand the type of thing that I am talking about. Oh my God. So again, I just want to be clear. I want to point out, I don't know how you don't think this is a substantial difference. So to be clear, you are looking at a policy action, essentially, of the president, an action that he can take of getting political control over the Fed and saying, I can't evaluate, whether or not that's going to have substantially positive or negative effects. That's not possible for me to do. I can't make a prediction there. What I'm saying is I recognize that this is going to have negative effects. I'm just uncomfortable throwing out a number. I'm even saying directionally what I think would happen. I think the 30-year tip spread would go up, right? Because the inflation expectations would go up. I'm just uncomfortable saying exactly how much it would go up. I don't know. It would depend on a lot of different things. I think that's fair to not throw out an exact number there.
Is there any world where it could go down, where we could actually see positive results from the presidents that come into power being able to pick their own Fed chair?
Logically possible. Is against all the evidence that we have.
Long term, but with a 36% trust rate in the Fed now, because the Fed made a massive bungle on inflation in 2021 and 2022. Do you think it's possible we could see the Fed being trusted more?
I think it's logically possible. I think it's against all the evidence we have. And again, we need a different thing by trust.
Who is an economic steward, somebody elected as an economic steward, someone is running on a robust economy agenda of cutting taxes, cutting regulations, things of that nature. When that's the person the people elect, an economic steward comes in, they could make it better. It could raise the confidence of the Fed.
I've already acknowledged it is logically possible, as it could happen. Like logically, there's nothing against that hypothetically happening. Now, what I'm saying is against all the historical evidence that we have, right? I don't want to say, I never want to speak in that strong of terms, right? But it's against most of the empirical evidence that we have, right? Even from, again, the U.S. itself, when we look at studies about how, what effect interactions between the president and the Federal Reserve had on inflation, it seems like that does raise inflation, right? It happened with Nixon, happens with, there's a study looking at like 800 interactions between presidents and the members of the FOMC, right? And it finds that it does it does raise inflation. And it's against, like, if you just use a little bit more reasoning skills, and you conceded that Trump himself, has said that he wants to do way more rate cuts than is conceivably justifiable. He wants interest rates to be between 2 and 1%. It's like that is at least 6 rate cuts if you go by normal 25 basis point cuts. If you think that is true, I don't see why it wouldn't be the case that you would expect inflation expectations to rise if Trump did gain political control over the Fed.
I definitely could. But I also could not. Again,
assign a probability to it. Assign some ballpark probability to it.
Oh my God, I don't know. I have no. There's so many blanks that need to be filled in. Again, it depends on who he puts there, how much independence they have from him to say no. There's a lot of people in Trump's administration that disagree with him. And they're there. There's like it depends on who. Like if it's a Christy Nome or a Pete Hegseth or one of the stupid people that he has there just to be a mouthpiece, absolutely it could get awful. 100% agree. If you get a Trump sycophant that's not qualified for their job, like a third to half of his cabinet is, I completely agree. But there's a lot of good people in his cabinet as well, like Burgum, Rubio, and that nature. If he gets somebody like that and puts them in there, we could see a pretty stable Fed.
Do you think we would see inflation expectations go down? Do you think we would see 30-year inflation expectations go down, even if Marco Rubio, okay, one of the good ones?
So.
Okay.
I don't think so, but not because of Trump in general. I think it because it would give the president more power. And then the next person, as you said, AOC could come in and just spend a ton of money.
There'd be a loss in credibility. Yes.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree with that.
So I'm asking you to say, if Trump did an action that made the Fed lose credibility because he now has some amount of political control over it, I'm asking you to say, on probability-wise, whether or not you think that would be good or bad, and roughly how bad it would be.
It all depends on... Oh, let me close this door. It really depends, and I trust that the voters aren't going to put somebody stupid like AOC or JD Vance in. I really do think neither of them have a fucking chance to win. That being said, if you get a responsible steward of the economy in the position every time, it's like, do you trust the justice system less since Clinton fired all the fucking attorneys general when he got into office? And all the U.S. state attorneys? I'm
not familiar with what Clinton did. So that's
when he
before
came into
my time.
office, he fired all the state's attorneys and put all of his own people in there. It didn't undermine the long-term credibility of the justice system.
Because there are other. First of all, I don't know. Like, I think all else equal, that probably is a reason to discount somewhat some of those things. But there are other checks in that case, right? Like the judiciary is subject to various checks. The president is not supposed to have a particularly large amount of control over who is being prosecuted. For example, he obviously has some leeway with regards to like how strictly he enforces some laws. That's something the executive to some extent can decide. But there are other checks there with the judicial branch and everything. I'm asking, like, again, I think you should be able to assign some type of probability to these things. And like you even said it, like you basically said it yourself, like you think like what matters is the loss in credibility from the Fed. Not necessarily. I'm not even saying just necessarily that what Trump would do would be so evil and bad, even though I think it would obviously be bad. It's the fact that people can no longer trust that the Federal Reserve is actually managing the economy based on economic factors. It's going to be based on the president's whim. It's going to be based on the elections, right? It's going to be based on potentially, Trump has even stated that he wants the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, partly because he wants our debt to be lower. Those are all things that makes the Fed lose credibility.
Now, again, if Trump, let's say hypothetically, a new president comes in, they appoint their Fed chair, and then all the protections over the Fed after that take place. He's not allowed to fire them, and they have independence after they've been selected. Then I could see the credibility not diminish much at all. It all depends on what changes.
That's trivial. I recognize if the Federal Reserve...
I trust the American people are going to pick good presidents. The American people pick good presidents. I don't think AOC or JD Vance will ever win because the American people pick good presidents.
Okay. Number one, like the possibility that could happen still is going to, have negative effects on inflation expectations, right? And two, it's not even just about like good or bad presidents. Like you can have a pretty decent president, but I think do you recognize that there are probably more short-sighted, short-term incentives that politicians just generally have with regards to elections, with regards to the deficit and wanting to pay lower interest rates on our debt that are not in the interest of central bankers.
Yeah, so they don't want their Fed chair to fuck up and completely destroy the economy by giving them bad numbers. They're going to put somebody qualified there.
Someone qualifies by Trump fire to feel his head. We can get that later. But if you recognize that there is a difference in incentives there with regards to how easy monetary policy should be close to elections and how long-term they can think and how much they account for the deficit and the interest the government is paying on the debt, if you recognize that there are different incentives there, you should recognize that there would be some loss in credibility there, even if you had relatively sane politicians coming into office every time.
I don't think that's inherent, is what I'm trying to give you other examples.
How's it? Do you think it's inherent that they have different incentives?
Maybe, but I just don't see that as an overall
Maybe.
impact on the credibility. Yes, they do. I just don't see that as an overall impact on the credibility. Again, we used to have states appoint our senators. Senate trust in the Senate hit its highest after we got the Democratic vote for our senators, after we took our senator vote and put it into the hands of the politicians and out of the hands of the bureaucrats. We saw credibility increase. Same thing with the justice system. We didn't see credibility change at all when the new president fired all the other U.S. attorneys and brought all his own people in. I don't see that trust.
I'm just curious.
I think we need to see bad actions before trust drops.
How far back did does your poll on Fed trust go? I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
It's like, I'll link it to you. It's the Gallup poll.
Okay. Because I would expect it would not be that correlated with, again, the type of credibility I'm talking about. And like part of the things I'm looking for that is the tip spread, right? Which is that's essentially a measure of the market's inflation.
I need something to quantify that credibility. I'm trying to quantify the credibility.
That's what is part of what the credibility. That's what it's just citing. It's the tip spread, the difference between inflation-adjusted treasuries and non-inflation-adjusted treasuries, which is roughly going to be what the market expects inflation to be in whatever time span.
You're talking about a metric. That tip spread could remain the same, as you said, or even get better.
It's logically possible. To be clear, it's logically possible that it could stay the same. That's not a good argument. That's meaningless. What I'm at, I think all the evidence historically, both in the U.S. and developing countries and from countries around the world, suggests that is not likely. I think the statements that Trump has made, which you seem to agree with, even makes that even less likely.
It could, absolutely. I'm saying it could. It just
I'm asking you to assign roughly a probability of it happening. I think Biden could, just to be clear,
10 to 20. 10 to 20%. 10 to 20%. I'll go with that. Yes.
Wait, 10 to 20% that it would be net bad, or 10 to 20% that it would be
that it would get worse over 30 years.
That inflation expectations would get worse over 30 years if Trump got away with the Fed.
The credibility of the Fed would get worse.
The credibility.
It became something that the voters had more control over.
Okay, what's the justification for it to be not just that the voters have more control over, that Trump has a large amount of leeway over the Fed, and presumably future presidents are going to have more leeway over the Fed as well?
That's what I mean by voters have control over. They elect the person that puts the Fed chair in there instead of bureaucrats running it. That's what I mean by hands of democracy. I think democracy maxing may see the credibility go up also, like it did when we started electing senators instead of appointing them.
But you recognize what we're talking about monetary. I recognize it's not even possible to be that you would see again some type of public sentiment metric go up because of that. What I'm talking about is the credibility the Fed has with regards to its stated goals, with regards to if they say there's going to be 2% inflation, how much people believe that there's going to be 2% inflation, right? Like a long run average inflation.
That's what I'm trying to find. There's nothing to quantify that. What metric do we,
Tyler, the tip spread.
Tip spread is what you're saying will be uncredible. I'm asking how you measure the credibility. You're saying the tip spread could be off.
I'm saying that the tip spread currently is indicative of there being credibility.
How do you measure the credibility of the Fed?
Much expectations align with what the Fed says, which is what I get. Okay. So the Fed says that there's going to be 2% long run inflation, roughly, right? That is their official target. Right now, the 30-year tip spread is at 2.59. And that it is, I mean, the tip spread is influenced by other things, but it is largely influenced by inflation expectations as well. But
so again, if the president gets more control over this, if the voters get more control over this, if we democracy max and we elect somebody and that person gets the tip spread closer to the prediction, I could easily see credibility going up.
That's trivial. That's not what I'm talking about.
It's not trivial. That's why I can't put a quantified number on it, because every metric I'm using for trust in the Fed that shows it's right now at 30%, like lowest in 50 years.
Do you recognize? Okay, please. Do you recognize we are saying different things when we say trust or credibility in the Fed? Do you recognize that we?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how I measure credibility for you. And you're saying, well,
I just explained to you.
The tip spread is not a measure of credibility.
It's not. What do you mean by measure credibility? Do you think it indicates credibility?
It indicates it to some degree, yes. Just like it would indicate it if the Fed was also independent. If the Fed, okay.
I agree.
Spread, the difference between the yield in the U.S. Treasury inflation protected securities tips and nominal U.S. Treasury bonds at the same maturity date. That could increase or decrease At any point, if it's independent or presidential control.
That's trivial again. Yes, that's true.
To me, if the tip spread gets closer to the actual, that to me is what judges credibility.
What I'm saying to you is that I'm using the tip spread to indicate credibility. I'm using the fact that the tip spread is roughly in line with the Fed's inflation target to indicate to you currently that the Fed is credible. That's what I'm indicating to you now, and I'm asking you to make some prediction based on Trump statements, based on the historical evidence, based on reasoning skills that you have about their incentives, which you agree with. They have different incentives than central bankers. I'm asking you to make some inference there about what would happen to the tip spread and more generally Fed credibility, which again, I think this indicates if Trump were to get his way with the Fed.
I think that it would go up. Generally, if the Fed chair had to worry about public voting and it was accountable to the voters, then they'd have a higher expectation to be more accurate, not less.
What? So you said, okay. What do you mean be more accurate, not less?
Because if they were being punished by the voters in the next election for getting something wrong, if when Trump got elected, Jerome Powell's job was on the line, then maybe he would have been a little more skeptical of inflation being transitory.
Okay, wait. When he said it went up, like the thing I got from that was the 30-year tip spread would go up. Did you mean the credibility would go up?
If the tip spread shrinks and we're seeing lower inflation but not quite stagnant inflation, a narrow tip spread stagnant, then I think the credibility would go up regardless of if I don't know what you're independent or political.
I don't know why you're adding these things into it. I'm asking, an event happens, okay? A single event is happening. Trump gets his way with the Fed, right? Trump gets political control over the Fed. A majority of loyalists to Trump are on the FOMC. They get to make the final decision over interest rates, okay? Short-term interest rates, the federal funds rate. I'm asking you, in that case, that one event happens. What do you think is going to happen to the credibility of the Fed? And an indicator of the credibility of the Fed, again, is long-run inflation expectations, which you can infer from the tip spread.
I think, again, I don't think anything inherently happens just from what you said.
I don't know inherently. I'm asking you, what do you think the most likely outcome is?
I said nothing happens based off of what the information you just gave me is. We need to put more information into the equation. If Trump takes over, if this becomes a political office and not an office of bureaucrats, and we get closer to the 30-year or 10-year projections of what the tip spread will be.
I don't know what I don't know how you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm asking what do you think would happen to the tip spread, which represents long-run inflation expectations, if Trump did get political control over Fed? That's what I'm asking.
I answered that. If again,
no,
if
you're
the
saying
Fed
if
is
you're
accountable
saying if
to
we
voters,
get closer to the goal. I'm asking you, what do you think would happen to the? Okay, so there's a number. I'm just saying the number right now for the tip spread, 30-year tip spread, is 2.59%, right? I'm asking you, what do you think would happen to that number if Trump got his way with the Fed? That's all I'm asking right now.
I think it would be lower because now the Federal Reserve Chair has to worry about being accountable to the people and can be voted out of office if he does a bad job.
Tyler, you recognize to me previously that the politicians who are accountable to the voters have more short-term incentives with regards to probably doing some expansionary monetary policy to try to stimulate the economy close to elections, with regards to wanting the Federal Reserve to have some lower interest rates, so we pay lower interest on the debt, which might end up being counterproductive anyways, but that is some incentive that they would have. Do you recognize that both of those things, all else equal, would reduce the credibility in terms of how much people believe what the Fed says?
I don't think that's true.
You don't think the fact that people
hold on.
running the Fed.
Let me ask you a question. We're going to take that same idea and move it over to a slightly different subject. So Joe Biden railing against the gas companies, inflating the price of gasoline before inflation started, pushing green energy, pushing a 12-year EV ban or EV mandate that would ban gas cars within 12 years unless they hit a criteria that we don't have technology for. Having essentially abusing his parole authority, all these things for 3 years. And then in the final year, when the election's coming up, completely reverses course. He's begging Venezuela for oil. He's begging fucking OPEC plus. What's his name? Blinken's going over to Saudi Arabia hat in hand and begging them to up their oil exports and sell us more oil and things like that. That's what the president does. Did that diminish your credibility in Biden at all because he reversed those courses to try to get?
I don't know what you mean by diminish my credibility in Biden. There are things Biden did that like made me. For example, like pardoning his son when he like said he wasn't going to pardon his son. So I'm
3 years of policy where Biden was doing the things that he ran on. He was making gasoline costs more expensive, more money intentionally.
I'm telling you. So first of all, I obviously disagree with the characterization of that, but I'll grant that from now. I'm telling you, like that. Number one, I don't know what credibility means in this context, but I do think when Powell does things that when Biden does things that are like against his word, I'm giving you an example where I don't disagree with the characterization of him like pardoning his son after he said he wouldn't. I think that it gives you less reason to trust Biden when he says something going forward.
I never brought that up. What I said is Biden saw his poll numbers on the border were. Hold on. Biden saw his poll numbers on the border were bad. So he changed course because he's accountable to the voters. I don't think that hurts his credibility. I think that's him trying a policy, seeing the voters don't like it, and saying, "Okay, let's pivot."
Okay, we're talking about different things. We're talking about different things when we say credibility again.
I understand, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you can't quantify it. I've said
several times.
You're not showing me credibility. The tip spread changing is not credibility. I need to see
it's an indicator of credibility. I have given you.
I need to see actual credibility, not an indicator. There's a lot of things that indicate credibility. I don't know how you would. Credibility.
I don't know what you mean by actual credibility.
Trust. You said foreign and public
trust is not what I take credibility to mean in this context. What I take credibility to mean in this context, again, is how much people, primarily investors, primarily not like your everyday average person who I don't even think is paying particular attention to exactly what the Federal Reserve is doing. I'm asking what, for example, this is the most relevant one because this is what the Federal Reserve has an explicit target for is 2% inflation. They also have a mandate for maximum employment, but that is not defined anywhere. And I'm saying I'm taking a goal the Fed has, 2% inflation, long run average, and I'm looking at how much, whether or not the market expects that to actually happen. And it seems like right now, for the most part, they do think that will happen within 0.59 percentage points as of now. And there are other, to be clear, there are other things that can affect the tip spread, but you can take the tip spread as some indicator of the inflation expectations.
It's a small indicator, yes, but it's not the only one. And if the Fed gets things wrong, like inflation, then it's going to hurt their trust in investors, in the public, and in foreign governments investing in us. And the only thing I can find to quantify confidence and trust in the credibility of the Fed is polling data. And all the polling data I brought up to show this, you're saying is invalid. So I don't know.
I'm not saying it. I recognize I recognize that is like a real poll. I don't doubt that much. What I'm saying is we are simply defining credibility differently. That's what I'm saying. I know, so I don't know what term. I don't know what term you want to use for the thing I'm talking about, which is not what you're talking about with regards to public sentiment. I don't know what term you want me to use. But
I think we're talking about the same thing. I really do think we're talking about the same thing, and you're splitting hairs here because credibility is trust. It's the exact same thing. Credibility is how much you're going to tell the truth. Trust is how much you're going to tell the truth. This is the exact metric. I think when
the public is polled on whether or not they trust the Federal Reserve, I don't think they are thinking about long-run inflation expectations. Do you agree with that?
No. I think that the public looks at the Fed and says, okay, if the Fed says short-term and long-term, at the end of the year, we're going to have this inflation, they generally trust that. And then when it doesn't come, the Fed loses its credibility.
Do you think that voters, do you think, I don't even think most voters, to be clear, could accurately define inflation. So when I say like,
it doesn't matter if they can define it, they can feel it, they live it every day.
But they don't actually, if you're polled whether or not you like trust the Fed or whatever, and your definition of inflation is different from what the Federal Reserve says inflation is, you might say you don't trust the Federal Reserve, even though if you actually had a unified definition of inflation, you would believe the Federal Reserve when they said something like, we're going to have long-run 2% average inflation.
When Joe Biden took office, the Federal Reserve was at 60% trust publicly. Now it's at 30%.
Mm-hmm.
Under Jerome Powell.
That's not surprising given what we had in 2020?
Yeah. So I don't know what you mean by credibility because
I've defined it.
No, you said the tip is one of the many indicators of credibility, and that's
That
all you
is
said.
that is an indicator of what my definition of credibility is, which again in this context is how much people, not public sentiment necessarily, but how much people who have more influence on things like long-term interest rates, it's going to be major foreign investors, it's going to be big businesses, right? It's going to be people who. It might be like unions to some extent because they set like wage contracts sometimes, right? How much they trust when the Federal Reserve says, for example, they have a goal of 2% long run average inflation, how much they expect that goal to actually be reached. That is what I mean by credibility. And an indicator. So okay, hold on. Do you recognize that I have provided some definition of credibility there?
No, you've provided a definition of your one indicator of credibility. That
I didn't mention anything about indicators there, Tyler. I provided you a definition of credibility. I didn't bring up any indicators in what I just said.
In this specific instance, you're using the tip spread as your only indicator of what credibility is.
Do you recognize that I provided? Do you recognize I provided some definition of credibility right here?
Vaguely, not good enough for me to sink my teeth into and argue for or against. It's just based off a tip spread, which I said again.
No, why do you keep bringing up the indicator? What I'm trying to get you.
The Fed chair susceptible to the voters, I think credibility will go up.
Forget about the tip spread for now. Forget about the tip spread. Do you recognize that I have defined credibility in such a way that does not involve the tip spread at all?
You said long-term credibility. Based off of the 30-year inflation rate, right?
Oh my God! I don't know how this is so painful for you. What I'm saying, I am giving you a definition. I've given you a definition of credibility, Tyler. I've given you a broad definition of credibility. What I mean by credibility in this context, right?
I'll listen to it again.
I'm saying how much investors largely believe what the Federal Reserve's mandate, whatever their stated goals are, will be reached. That is what I'm talking about. If they say we're going to have a 2% inflation target, how many people actually believe there's going to be a 2% long-run inflation? If they say we're going to target nominal GDP at 4% every year, do people actually expect 4% in GDP growth every year? Right. That is what I'm talking about.
I've answered this multiple times. I think credibility in that regard goes up.
What do you want to call it? Stop. Why are you switching to? All I'm trying to get you to do right now, Tyler, is recognize that I have provided you a definition of credibility here. Maybe you don't think it's the right credibility. Maybe you think credibility would go up.
I've taken your definition and I'm using your definition to answer the question.
Do you acknowledge that I have given you a definition of credibility here, right?
Okay. Yes, you've given me a definition.
Okay, this definition does not involve. This definition does not involve the tip spread. That definition I provided does not involve the tip spread.
Hitting the goal of 30 long-term inflation.
No. Yes. But no. Yes. So that goal isn't specific to it. What I'm saying, that is an example of a goal that the Federal Reserve could set.
When I'm telling you,
when I say there's an indicator, when I say I'm using something as an indicator, right? I'm not saying this is the definition of credibility. The definition of credibility is the tip spread, right? I'm not. That's not part of my definition. I've given you a definition of credibility. It does not involve the tip spread in any way. What I'm saying is, a way that you could, an indicator of credibility in this context where the Fed has a 2% inflation target, is what the market expects long-run inflation to be. So I'm not defining credibility based on the tip spread. I'm defining credibility
separately.
Understand
that.
You do not seem to understand that. You did not seem to understand that.
You're saying to reach its goals on inflation in the long term. Yes or no?
To what? That's not my definition of credibility.
Oh my God. Then give your definition of credibility again, because that's exactly what you said, and that's exactly what I heard. Give me it one more time.
How credible how much the market essentially expects the Federal Reserve's goals, or the central bank's goals, to be reached.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the U.S. context, we have an inflation target. So you can look at the market expectation for inflation, and that is an indicator of the market expectation of inflation is the tip spread. So I just want to be clear. I'm not defining central bank credibility based on the tip spread, because you could have and it would still be relevant, but you could have a central bank hypothetically that targets NGDP, and the tip spread would not necessarily be relevant to their mandate there. NGDP futures would be
overall credibility, and you're boiling it down to what just investors think about if the Fed hitting its goals on inflation. I get it.
I want to.
So investors make up 62% of Americans.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just want to be. The reason I'm singling out investors there is because if you just poll the public on the Federal Reserve again, what I'm saying is, I don't think they take the same thing from that poll as what I am talking about here. I don't think that they are thinking about, again, long run average inflation. And I think actually, that
so you're talking about long-term inflation only. You're not just talking about all goals in inflation. Because you said in your definition of credibility, goals of inflation, not just long-term goals.
No, my definition of credibility has nothing to do with inflation, Tyler, because it is possible for a central bank to be credible and not have an inflation mandate. They could have an NGDP mandate.
I asked you 3 times to give me your definition of credibility, and what you said was the Fed's ability, based on what the investors think, to reach their goals of inflation.
No, it has to whatever their goal is. Whatever their goal is.
Okay, whatever their goal is, not just inflation primarily. Yeah, I think that credibility would increase if you made the Fed chair susceptible to democracy.
I recognize you think that. I just want to get clear on.
I get your definition.
I'm not defining credibility based on this one metric. I have a general definition of credibility, and a way that you can measure how credible our Fed is, because our Fed has a 2% inflation target, is to look at the market expectation of inflation, which is roughly 2% right now, long run inflation, 2.59, the tip spread.
Okay,
so we're clear on that now. We recognize just to be clear, we recognize that I provided a definition.
Stand.
I provided a general definition of what I mean by credibility in this context.
Okay, so if you could find me something to quantify that, if you could find me some sort of a poll of the investors saying this, which I think I have, 62% of Americans invest into businesses for their stock portfolios, for their retirement, 401ks, mutual funds, direct purchases. 62% of Americans are investors. And when I look at what they say in terms of the Fed accomplishing any of their goals, not just inflation, any of their goals over a short or long-term amount of time, they're at 30%.
I don't think that's what the public is. What is the wording in that poll? Does it even mention anything about achieving the Fed's goals specifically, or does it just ask generally about your trust in them?
Basically have confidence in the Federal Reserve to... I'm looking. Trust is initially relative stability of the economy is one of them. Quantitative easing is another one.
Yeah, I don't think the public is going to be able to evaluate that one at all.
I do. I don't think the public's stupid. I think.
Do you think most of the public could even define what? Do you think the public could even define?
No, they don't need to be able to give you a textbook definition to understand what these things mean on a practical
level. I agree with that.
So then it doesn't matter if they can define something out of a textbook.
That's true. But do you think? I think if you asked most Americans, first of all, if they aren't able to define these things, they're not actually going to be able to understand the question here. But how expansionary quantitative easing is, I think they would give you a totally wrong answer, given the added context that we now pay interest on reserves, which means that quantitative easing is actually not particularly expansionary. And I also think that they would give you, I also think much of the public that does have some understanding of quantitative easing certainly has a misunderstanding about what its purpose was in 2008, given that people like Ron Paul will constantly spew out how it's printing a ton of money and would lead to so much inflation, when it was more about, one, buying toxic assets off of people's private banks' balance sheets, and two, just having trying to lower long-term interest rates, and not actually about increasing the money supply. And again, the increase in the money supply that did occur is not even particularly meaningful, because we paid interest on reserves, so banks didn't actually really increase lending.
Let me ask you this to kind of prove my point, because I think you're missing it. If we could no longer vote for the president and he was appointed by government officials, would your trust and credibility of the president go up or down?
I would, in that context, the credibility, in a sense, how much would I believe what he said he would actually do, he would probably go down.
Okay. Because he's no longer susceptible to the will of the people because democracy is not there. So
in the context of, but in the context, and so in the context of monetary policy, where you recognize, you have agreed, you have granted that these people, like central bankers, can think more long term. They don't have the same short term incentives that a politician might have. If it's politically controlled, would think credibility went down. And not only that, but again, that's in line with most of the evidence that we have, and we can talk anecdotally just about like what we saw with Turkey recently. That's just an anecdote though, but there is more robust evidence that like these things, again, even in the U.S., when the Fed is politically pressured, inflation tends to rise. Like it seems like generally there's some correlation between like turnover at central banks and inflation expectations. And I mean, in this case, you at least grant that Trump wants more rate cuts than could be reasonably argued. I think it's trivial that would increase inflation expectations. But yeah.
I don't see a world where you make a position accountable to the voters and trust in that position goes down. That's how you raise trust.
I'm not talking about, again, I'm not, when you say trust, I think we're talking about different things again. I'm not talking about like how the public necessarily feels about something, like how much the public thinks they're going to listen to something. I'm talking how much, when, again, the Federal Reserve says we are going to target 2% inflation, if the market expectation for inflation is actually 2%. And that is to some degree influenced by public trust. But I don't think that's actually a major, I don't even think that's going to be like the biggest factor. But I just want to be clear, like that is what I'm talking about. However you want to define that, that's what I'm saying.
So you don't think that Jerome Powell saying inflation was transitory, let's say hypothetically, Jerome Powell says inflation was transitory, he was wrong, then he has to do this massive spike in interest rates to make up for the fact that we have high inflation to bring it down. And let's say hypothetically he was susceptible to the voters, they did some sort of recall that was in place and kicked him out of office and had a snap election to put a new Federal Reserve chair in. You don't think the credibility of the Fed wouldn't go up?
So to be clear, like I minorly disagree with the characterization of Powell there. I don't agree that much with that characterization, but I think I probably just have a more general view about how well Powell did with regards to the inflation issue. But regardless of that, I reckon like there are hypotheticals that it would be possible that having a Federal Reserve be replaced would raise the public's trust in it. I recognize that. I agree with that. I think even in that case where you laid out, if the central banker was wholly, subject to the public and like a public vote, again, there would not be credibility in, for example, the 2% inflation target or any inflation target or any mandate they had, because people would recognize the interest of a central banker would be so short term in that scenario that they couldn't trust when the Federal Reserve said those things.
I'd also think that the president would be more likely to listen to the Federal Reserve chair if it was his guy. If he said, hey, don't do this policy because it's going to raise inflation, he'd be much more likely to listen to it if it's his hand-picked guy than if it's a carryover from the previous administration that got inflation drastically wrong in 2021 for 9 months.
First of all, like, for one, we are talking about this in the context of Trump, and I think it's trivial that Trump would not do that. But for
why
two,
he thinks there's credibility in the president. We literally
$5
don't vote
donation.
for
Thanks, Bits
president.
Guitar.
We vote for electors.
Ask why he thinks there's credibility in the president. We don't vote for the president. We vote for electors.
We vote for electors who by proxy vote for the president. We're voting for the president.
But you would also agree that like we vote for the president who by proxy appoints the Federal Reserve chairman who then goes in front of Congress who we also vote for, right? Like,
yes, but if we made the Federal Reserve an electable chair, even if it was a representative election, just like the president, it would raise confidence in the Fed with the people that mostly invest in the United States, which is the 64% of people that invest in the stock market that live in the United States, the investors.
So what would matter there, first of all, is not the number of people that matter by volume. I think you would agree that by volume, it is not like the average Joe who by volume is doing the most investment in the U.S., right? It is tech companies. It is
top 10%. Yeah, I just need a way. If you could show me some sort of data where that was parsed out to just be the people that you want me to look at, I will gladly look at it. And if I'm wrong, I'll gladly admit I'm wrong. I am searching, scouring the internet for that.
Okay.
You're giving me something that I can't quantify because there's nothing showing me what you're saying.
I don't know. Okay, so to be clear, again, I'm defining credibility based on, based on the expectation that the Federal Reserve is actually going to hit its target. It's going to actually implement its mandate. I'm using, so in the U.S. context, we have a inflation target, a 2% inflation target to be specific, and we have a indicator of the market expectation of inflation, right? We have polling too, from like businesses. That I think that's more subject to short-term fluctuations than like the tip spread is. So just to be clear, you recognize the tip spread is an indicator of market expectations of inflation, right? You recognize that? I don't think it's perfect, to be clear,
yes.
But
it's
yes,
an indicator.
Okay.
It's
So
one of many indicators of inflation.
I'm talking about expectations of inflation here, right? To be clear.
Yeah. Expectations.
But I guess I don't have the polls on hand, but like I think the University of Michigan like has polls for like business expectations of inflation, but that's not exactly. Like, for example, business expectations of inflation, I know, like, elevated right now because they have to pay more for their inputs because a lot of them are inputting goods that are subject to tariffs, right? So I think, I don't know if they pull, like, 30-year inflation expectations for businesses. They might. I would have to search around. But what I'm telling you is I'm defining credibility, and maybe you don't like the word credibility here, okay? But, whatever you want to call it, in such a way
why didn't the founding fathers let
I'm
Hamilton
factoring
have
in
his
the
bank
market's
when they could have
expectations
easily
that
written it
the
in
Fed is
off
going to
the
reach their
jump?
goal. So
I agree.
And then I have an indicator of whether the market does think the Fed is going to reach its goal, which is the tip spread. That is an indicator of you agree the inflation expectations the market has, and you agree that is relatively close to the Fed's 2% target.
I agree, but we had 6% inflation in 2022. That is the Fed not hitting their target, and that is when their credibility completely plummeted because they missed their target.
You're not talking about credibility in the same sense.
I am.
Because you're going to
Fed's
start the public
ability
again
to hit their target. Their target is 2% inflation. When it's 6% inflation, because they were wrong about inflation being transitory, they have no longer hit their goal. They were wrong about inflation being transitory. They missed their goal by a massive amount, and their credibility plummeted.
What's your evidence that credibility plummeted? What's your evidence that credibility plummeted?
This chart here of data.
Do you recognize the poll that you're going to cite again is not what I mean when I say credibility in this context?
Okay, well then if that's it, if we're using your definition, the fact that they didn't hit their inflation goal, it was at 6% instead, is all I need to show you to prove that they were not credible.
No.
Right? Oh, so what now? What
do you think you're immediately not credible? First of all, I think
yes. If you don't reach, if your definition of credibility is the ability to reach their goals, and they miss their goal, then yes, by your definition of credibility, they're not credible.
No,
yes.
You would agree. No, you would agree. Credibility should be probably taken to be a spectrum, right? Like, for example, like if someone lied a single time in their whole life, that's a credible person, right? Even though they lied a single time, correct? You would agree with that?
Yeah, if they lied a single time, if they lied for 9 months straight and then never took accountability for it and then continued to get it wrong.
I'm happy to, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that characterization in a bit. But I just want to be clear. You would agree there is a case where even if I and I think the Fed did lose some marginal amount of credibility from that, right? I mean, I think the bigger thing that made them lose credibility was Powell coming out and saying the flexible average inflation targeting, they would not account for undershoots, right, or overshoots with undershoots later on, making it like asymmetric.
I think that's what the public. You think they can't define quantitative easing, but you think that's why the public doesn't trust Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think that's why. Because again, when I say credibility, I mean something different. No, I don't think the public knows what flexible average inflation targeting does or is, and I don't think they know that it's asymmetric or even paid attention when they made it clear that it would be asymmetric, right? So, what I'm telling you is I think, to some marginal extent, I think the Fed did lose some amount of credibility when they announced that it would be asymmetric average inflation targeting, flexible average inflation targeting. But more important, so in this, what I'm saying is, I recognize that credibility can be a spectrum, and even if there was some modicum of credibility loss there, it would be a much more credibility lost, and probably much more long-term credibility lost if they were subject to control by the president.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is it really depends on the factor. The president gets through Congress and passes a policy that gives everybody $1 million, we're going to see a spike in inflation. Just based on laws of supply and demand.
There'd be monetary offset in that case. But I mean, you probably
sure. I'm saying that, but just for inflation specifically, we'd see a spike in inflation. That would have nothing to do with Fed policy, and we'd see inflation rise. Inflation isn't fully controlled by the Fed.
I think that
I'm agreeing with you.
No. So, I think that would have something like how the Federal Reserve responds to that would control how much inflation there is, especially like long-term average, right? So like how much, for example, like that would be with debt, right? How much the U.S. borrows versus how much the Federal Reserve, by proxy monetizes that debt. They can't buy primary treasuries at primary auctions, but they can buy, assets central banks have, private banks have, and then those banks will go to the primary auctions, and the Federal Reserve will supply the reserves that the banks need to buy treasuries at a primary auction. So by proxy monetize the debt, that would control inflation, long run inflation, I think. But I don't see how. I recognize that can be true, but and again, I still think the Federal Reserve is relevant there. What I'm saying again is simply that credibility.
Inflation isn't 100% up to the Federal Reserve. It could be the president passing a policy or pushing a policy that raises inflation by throwing trillions of dollars into the economy.
But I don't see how that. So I don't see how that goes to my point. What I'm saying is, even if I agree that to some extent the Fed lost some amount of credibility, in my sense of the word credibility, even with regards to the, again, I think the bigger deal was the asymmetric price or inflation targeting. That does not mean I'm precluded from saying that, one, any further loss in credibility would be bad, and that, two, there can be different degrees to which they lose credibility, and this would be a much bigger loss in credibility that have more long-term effects than to whatever extent Powell got inflation wrong and did asymmetric inflation targeting.
I agree that has a factor to do with it, but I think really what we judge the credibility of the Federal Reserve on is not just price stability, but it's also maximum employment as well.
I agree.
On top of that, it's them being able to predict the short-term and midterm and long-term futures of inflation. So when you get the short-term view of inflation so drastically wrong that the actual inflation is over triple what your short, midterm, and long-term goals are, that in your definition of credibility means the Fed should lose credibility for being that wrong. Now, when you have multiple months of the Fed overestimating what these things are and making monetary policy and changing interest rates based off of their guesses, and they end up over-guessing it, keeping interest rates higher than they potentially should be, that also affects their credibility based on your definition as well, correct?
It can, but to a trivial, like the things you mentioned, I think are to a trivial extent compared to the Fed being politically controlled.
I think if they were politically controlled and susceptible to the voters, then we'd have more Fed transparency and we'd have a more accurate Fed personally.
What do you mean by more accurate? Do you think inflation expectations would go up or down?
I think they go down. In today's
What's the evidence for that? Because it seems like we have a lot of evidence to the contrary.
We don't. All we have is evidence from the past. We don't have the last 30 years in the United States without a Federal Reserve. So you're just assuming that it wouldn't be that way. History was that way.
I'm using studies that measure. I'm not.
Long-term history going back to Nixon. You've already told me. I'm saying in the
when the Federal Reserve was subject to political pressure by Nixon, that had a positive impact on inflation. That raised inflation. The evidence shows that. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that in that specific instance. Yes, I don't.
Okay, do you agree that can be taken as evidence at the very least? No, I'm not saying this on its own is conclusive or anything. I'm saying, can that be taken as evidence that a politically controlled Federal Reserve would raise inflation expectations?
Could. I don't think would. No, it's one anecdote.
Okay, what do you mean by would there? I recognize, again, it is logically possible for it not to raise inflation expectations.
Explain this. When you have the Federal Reserve, sorry, my dogs are going off. When you have the Federal Reserve was susceptible to the whims of the voters, and when they make these mistakes like Jerome Powell's been making with inflation, over-guessing inflation against Trump, keeping interest rates high, under-guessing inflation when it was with Biden, making him having to snap in super high interest rates super quick to overcorrect for a problem that he put off way too fucking long. then I think we see voters come in and say, bro, you made an unforgivable mistake here. You did not hit your goal, and you didn't hit your goal by a massive amount, and you were advising the president. The president was listening to you, and you advised him that it was inflationary, telling him to continue spending trillions of dollars, pumping it into the economy, which made inflation even worse.
I'm not sure.
So
I'm not sure the Federal Reserve
credibility.
advised Biden or Trump on that. I don't even think
Janet
Biden or Powell
Yellen,
will talk
yes.
that much. But Janet Yellen's
Yellen.
she's not with the Fed. She's with the Treasury.
She's with the
and
Biden
she-
administration. He was the
that-
head
like,
of the
that is not-
Treasury.
that is not
and
a-
Biden.
that's
who
not
she
an
was
independent.
communicating with.
That's not an independent part of the federal or the executive
didn't
branch.
say
So
it
it
was.
makes sense.
I didn't-
But
that's not my
I'm saying it
point.
makes
That's
sense
not what I
that
said.
it makes sense that Yellen would be. I recognize you didn't say that, but what I'm saying is it makes sense why she would be advising the president to those things. It does. The Federal Reserve should not be really advising the president to those things. There shouldn't be much contact between the president and
She
the Federal
was
Reserve chairman.
advised by Jerome Powell that inflation was transitory. That's the point
that's
I'm
what you
making.
mean.
When she did her apology, she did her apology. She said, "We thought it was transitory. The Fed told us it was transitory. We believe them."
Okay, I
So
don't think
she was
it's.
taking
I
her
don't think
cues
that's.
from Jerome Powell. She
So
threw
I
him
don't
under
think
the bus,
interactions
not me.
improper, but so we can get to the transitory thing. But I just want to when you're saying like you think inflation expectations would go down if the Federal Reserve were held democratically accountable, right? You can say like, the Federal Reserve made these mistakes, and I think the public would not have let them make these mistakes. So I disagree with the full characterization there. But let's say I grant that. I think that would be almost entirely outweighed by the fact that they would have much more short-term incentives, that they would, plausibly have some incentive or have some political pressure applied to them to, for example, care about the government deficit and the interest that we pay in our debt. And that's something that the Fed doesn't openly care about right now, at the very least. I think they do implicitly care about it somewhat, which is not good, but regardless.
Yeah, they could lie, they could doctor the numbers, and eventually that comes out, and then the party loses credibility.
What do you mean? All I'm talking about here is incentives. I'm saying if they are to some extent subject to political control, do you think if they are subject to political control, do you think yes or no that like there's going to be more pressure on them to care about the government deficit and the interest that we pay in our debt?
More.
Okay, great. Do you think that there's going to be more or less pressure or like more or less expansionary policy close to elections when politicians might want to like stimulate the economy? Do you think that is an incentive there? Like that could happen?
Oh, there's definitely going to be more pressure on them from who appointed them. Absolutely. But
both of the things are going to.
But if they're susceptible to the public in a different election, they can say, look, I advised that motherfucker to do this, and he ignored me because he wanted to win an election.
What I'm saying is making them, the act of making them susceptible to the public, that is what causes them to have more short-term incentives. That is what causes them to care about the deficit more. That is the mechanism by which inflation expectations would rise and they would lose credibility.
I don't think so. I think they gain it unless your prediction
Credibility in my sense.
Yeah, I think that it would result in what their credibility in your sense is their desire to hit their goals. And if they're still hitting their goals, it doesn't matter, right? Because that's your definition of credibility is not.
I think they'd be less likely to reach their goals, and I'm basing that off of historical evidence and reasoning skills.
Again, historical evidence tells me what it was like 70, 80 years ago in today's political climate where we have the internet, we can all look this shit up. We have much more information at our fingertips. We don't have to rely on 2 newspapers that might not even come to your house. Everybody has it at their fingertips. I think the American voter is not stupid. That's the difference is I am a liberal. I think that we trust the individuals to make the decisions that are best for their lives.
You agree with all the incentives I laid out. I agree
that perverse incentive system could be there. Yes, but I also agree that there's mechanisms pushing against it. I gave you that example.
But I think all these mechanisms.
The Fed doesn't have to worry about getting things wrong. Jerome Powell got inflation wrong. He missed his goal by a massive amount and then had to spike interest rates, which put the economy in a much worse spot because he was wrong about something. That is something that if a president got wrong, they wouldn't win election again. Jerome Powell has nothing to worry about. He gets to keep his job for 6 more years and continue getting predictions wrong.
True. Okay. So for one, there are some checks in that the FOMC, again, it's not ruled by a single person. There are multiple
I
people
know,
who vote and
not by
everything.
the voter
And
ending.
some of
I'm
the
sorry.
governors even, they are on a rotating basis for like 1-year terms or whatever. And obviously, there's still some political, not interference, but some political accountability insofar as, well, for one, I mean, they have to test it. They're accountable to Congress. There is a monetary policy commission in Congress that the chairman has to testify in front of, I think, twice a year, I believe. And then, the president is obviously the one that appoints them as well, and Congress has to approve them. And also the private banks that control the regional Federal Reserve to some extent too can have some influence on not necessarily a chairman, but on other governors, right?
Yeah,
but
I understand what bureaucrats have accountability still, but not accountability to the voters.
I agree. Yes, that's what so I'm saying there is still an accountability mechanism for much of these things, and the making them accountable to the voters, that is the mechanism by which they get these incentives to have overly expansionary policy, that they get the incentives that would raise inflation expectations. And you seem to agree that those incentives are there. You just think that like the public would somehow account for that.
Yes, because anything that either side can throw at the wall, whether it's a good argument or not, they do. Absolutely do. Any fucking thing, even if they have to make it up.
I recognize
both sides are throwing shit at the wall at each other.
Why do you think that? Why don't you think that happened historically? Again, like it seems like most of the historical evidence we have points to some they're just like crude. I mean, you can look at like more recent evidence from independent central banks in developing countries, like over, I think it's a period from like 2000 to like 2020 something or 2017 or something. I can find that paper, but I believe that paper is more recent, and it still finds from 1980 to 2013, and they still find that.
Oh, sorry. Do you think if we repealed the 19th Amendment, it would increase the credibility based on your definition of the Senate to reach specific goals?
No, because I've already explained this to you, these different contexts.
It is different context, but the credibility for the Senate to do its job as it's constitutionally mandated is something that a standard that they're held to. That's how we decide if a senator is good or bad. I'm asking, just in the regular context, just generally, do you think if we took away the right to vote for senators and they were appointed as bureaucrats through the state government? Well, no, but you'd give me a reason that's off the question. I'm asking a specifically hollowed question here.
I'm saying no, I don't think that would increase the Senate's credibility. I'm giving you a reason, or like I said, but I don't think just because I think that would increase the Senate's accountability or credibility, that I necessarily have to think that in a different context of monetary policy, that it would increase the central bank's credibility, and in the context that I'm using credibility, to have them be subject to a large amount of democratic control or not be independent.
Yeah, I don't like. Besides, what mechanisms are in place to remove the Fed from power? I'm trying to find them. Besides, I'm
not aware exactly.
USC 242 Section 10 says the governors can vote, but the president can only remove them for cause, and the Congress can only impeach them, and that's it.
So this is what I'm. Yeah, so I'm aware that the president supposedly has some power to remove him for cause, and that the Congress can impeach him. I think that I don't know exactly what power the board has to remove him, but I do know the board can outvote him, right? Like there has to be a majority.
Yeah, the board doesn't have the power either. Nobody has the power to remove the Fed chair for doing a bad job or being political. So if Jerome Powell is secretly anti-Trump,
so that would be. So when you say bad job, like bad job might not necessarily be sufficient. So there is that for cause mechanism. Obviously, I think that could be like if you were like doing like a truly ludicrously like bad job, like literally like you just like did not show up ever. That probably would be interpreted as cause that you could fire them for, right? I think that's probably trivial. But secondly, again, the board. I don't think the board has the power to remove him. But you recognize he's not the chairman. Is not the dictator, right? He's the board votes on their actions. So you have to.
I'm pretty sure for cause means he has to do something like egregious. Doing a bad job or missing your goals, your definition of credibility would not fit under the definition of for cause.
I agree to some extent with that, but I'm saying like if he was doing an egregiously bad job, like I said, like if he like literally like just was not showing up or doing anything. Like there would be a mechanism for removing him.
Yeah, neglect of duty, malfeasance while in office, or other forms of misconduct, including breaking laws. So that's not just doing a bad job. That's neglecting your job. There's nothing to get rid of.
Okay,
There's no check and balance on the Fed, is what I'm saying here. And I want that to be
that's
a
not
democratic.
true. Okay, first of all, it's obviously not true that there's no check and balance because, again, you have to vote in order to set the rates. So like they're internally, they are balanced by the fact that there are other board governors, and the board governors, some of them are even on a rotating basis. Like
a check and balance is not an internal thing. A check and balance is another part of government
checks
that
and balances.
can check you. Yeah, internal checks and balances are not what I'm talking. I'm talking about an external check and balance.
Okay,
some other
so
position.
let's talk about the external. Again, the external ones. There is, you obviously can't say there's no insofar as that Congress can impeach him or whatever. If
crime's
you're
a
saying,
misdemeanor.
So the reason, when you say bad job, like the reason you can't impeach him or whatever, get rid of him just for doing a bad job is that I think you would agree bad job could be interpreted like as the president as not doing what I wanted to do. You agree with that, right? That Trump has said, for example, Powell's doing a bad job because he's not.
That's why I want to leave it to the voters. That's why I'm saying the voters, not the president.
You're saying we have a direct election. Wait, so just hold on. I just want to be clear that you recognize there's, insofar as there's a case for Fed independence, there's a good reason to not be able to remove the Federal Reserve Chair for doing a bad job, because bad job is going to be subject to the political whims of the president.
If the president was the one that could remove him for doing a bad job, I'm saying make it a democratic vote like we did with the Senate in the 19th Amendment.
Okay, but if you're saying have a direct democracy for the Federal Reserve Chair, well, first of all, it's not. I actually did not answer my question, but regardless, because I just want to be clear. So I do want to answer that question. You do recognize, regardless of your model for direct democracy or whatever, the reason the president does not have the authority currently to remove the Federal Reserve Chairman for merely doing a bad job is because a bad job would be subject to some degree to his political his political decisions, his political considerations.
Yeah, I don't think Trump should be able to fire him. I think that Humphrey's executor still protects.
I'm not even talking about legally right now, but yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want the president to have that authority. I kind of, if this is going to be a thing, the Fed, would like it to be an instantiate. I want to see an amendment to add an Article 4 branch to make this a government branch that's susceptible to the voters.
So,
not a bureaucratic branch with no oversight besides itself.
Oh my God. Okay, so real quick, it's a $5 super chat that I want to read, especially because it's relevant. Why didn't the founding fathers let Hamilton have, I'm assuming you mean his bank, when they could have easily written it in off the jump? I don't know the full justification for that, Shapiro, to be clear. I think it's just because the founders generally were skeptical of that the government having the type of power, and the monetary policy was very different back then. The entire concept of monetary policy was a little weird back then because we were still on, there were still different currencies at the time of the founding. There wasn't even one unified currency. But Tyler can answer that if he wants as well.
No, I generally agree with that. We're in different times with a much more complex, I think the Fed overall is a net good to have. I just want it to have a better check and balance system on it. And I think that the president maybe isn't the right person. Maybe we do it in off-year elections, like the midterms. That's when we vote for him. Or something like that. I don't know. I don't want him to be a presidential sycophant. I definitely agree with you about the perverse incentive system, but I want him to be systemic. Even if he's a political sycophant, if that guy wants to keep his job, let's say he wants to stay in, Trump's leaving office and his appointed Fed wants to stay in the job, he has a political incentive system to bail on the president if something bad happened. Look, this guy, I advised him X, Y, and Z. He ignored me. He said, do this or I'm going to come down hard on you. So I did it under duress, but I did it because he's my boss. And now these were his choices, his fault. I would have done it this way. And he could throw the president under the bus to keep his job because he's not accountable to the president. He's accountable to the voters.
Okay, again, what I'm telling you is so if we're going with the direct democracy thing, I still think that you would probably agree that making them directly accountable to the public via like a direct democracy vote would probably you probably end up, one, I would assume, with people less qualified in the position, right? Like most modern Federal Reserve chairmen like have economics PhDs. I don't think that you would get that in Jerome Powell doesn't, but I don't think that you would get that if we had like a literal direct democracy vote, because you probably have a politician that uses much more populist rhetoric, right? That, you know, might not be qualified win that election. And I think that would lead to worse policy. I also think their interest would still be much more short term. They might not be, they might not like have necessarily the same issues with the debt necessarily, depending on how much control you give other branches over them.
You're tapping into my technocratic beliefs with that statement. I kind of agree with that because I do want the most expert people in the jobs. I just think that if this person's being already appointed by the president, you're already getting somebody that the president wants in there. I think if you leave this independent,
but there are degrees and there are norms, right? Like there's a degree to which the Fed is politically controlled. I think what Trump wants to do would greatly increase the degree to which it's politically controlled, and that would be very bad. And I think that there's, you know, some norm that to some Trump has even violated, that, like, you know, the president should not be interacting with the Federal Reserve Chair. The president should not care that much about who gets in the position, right? Like Biden reappointed Powell, right? Like there are a lot of instances where the president reappointed the previous opposition presidents, you know, opposite party presidents, their Fed pick, right? Like there's some norm there. What Trump wants to do is going to violate those norms. It's going to make the degree to which the Fed is politically controlled much higher.
Maybe, but at the end of the day, I still think it'd be better off. Yeah, probably, but I still think at the end of the day, it'd still be better off if that person had accountability and checks and balances for when they did things very poorly, which Jerome Powell, again, missing his rate of inflation in 2022 by a massive amount and then having to spike interest rates. If any other person messed up their job in government that much that was held accountable to the people, they would be voted out. Jerome Powell gets to keep his job.
Oh my God. So again, you recognize, insofar as you acknowledge that there are those incentives or whatever, you know, let's say I grant that, like, you know, there'd be, the public would hold him accountable for the inflation thing, which, to be clear, I think voters would be angry enough about inflation to vote Jerome Powell out of Federal Reserve office. But you recognize there's some trade-off there between how qualified people are, how much expertise they have, how short-term versus long-term the decision-making is over when making decisions about monetary policy. There's some trade-off between that and your model of some direct democracy thing, between the incentives they have and the expertise they have.
Yeah, if we had just appointed everybody to government based on their qualifications and went to a pure technocracy, you'd probably get the most qualified on paper people ever in government. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do a good job, implement the things that the people want. So they would just have the best credentials. You're arguing credentialism here, and I'm arguing democracy.
I'm not strictly arguing credentialism.
I'm not saying you're strictly arguing, but generally you are.
I think generally decisions over monetary policy are going to be better when someone has credentials. So I don't think that, you know, just because I think that a certain agency or a certain, you know, policy realm should be handled independently, that I am therefore committed to saying we should have everything be managed technocratically, right? I think there are things that shouldn't be managed technocratically, and I think my evaluation of what should be managed technocratically versus not technocratically is going to be based on things like historical evidence. It's going to be based on things like the studies that I've studied that say that central bank independence probably does lead to lower inflation, probably does lead to less financial crises. It's going to be based on some basic reasoning skills about like how bad the incentives would be for people who are subject to political control, and how bad the outcome would be if something really bad were to happen. So I think in the case of the Federal Reserve,
putting a vote on the head of the Fed chair that the people get to, it would not end the independence of it. I'm advocating for a fourth branch. It would make it subject to political
whims, essentially. Like that's by
definition.
It would,
but it wouldn't be. It'd still be an independent agency.
That's not so. In the American context, I don't think that's what people understand independence to mean.
I do. I think that independent agency means they're not under the purview of the president or Congress.
I think that's is there any independent agency by which the people have like a direct democracy say in it? I'm not. That's not the impression that I get from independent agency, nor is it what I think most people get.
I don't know. Personally, when I read the First Amendment and see that that we should have the right to petition our government, that to me is the backing between us having the ability to vote out a Fed chair who makes a massive mistake. Independent agency. These typically multi-member board commissions, 5 to 7 members with staggered fixed terms, insulated from presidential removal. Not part of the executive department, often regulatory rulemaking authority. It doesn't say anything about being appointed or voted in. It just says independent of the executive branch.
Yeah, because we don't have, again, what you're saying is you want a fourth branch of government. We don't have a branch of government that's subject to votes that is not part of the other three branches of government, right? So obviously it's going to say...
That's because they're kind of not constitutionally valid in a way.
I'm agnostic in that. I don't care about that right now. But, so I just want to be clear. Like when I say independent agency, I think what I mean by that, and what I think almost everyone means by that.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. So we don't know how bad or good it would be because it doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
An independent agency being voted in democratically. The FTC, the SEC, the Federal Reserve, and the National Board. All of those are appointee positions. They would still be an independent branch. They would not be part of the executive branch or the congressional branch. They'd be an independent branch still.
Well, I'm talking about making the Fed subject to, in this case, if you don't want to say like political control in the same sense that Trump wants. First of all, you recognize that it's not what Trump wants to do. Like that's trivial, right?
Yes. I've never argued. You're the one shoehorning Trump into this. I was arguing about our tariff debates. And then you're just like, no, let's talk about Trump policy.
Because all of our conversations have been about, in the context of Trump, it's been about whether Trump is doing something good or bad. That is what I...
Oh, it has. The tariff debate was about if tariffs are good or bad, and I argued about
because Trump was arguing for tariffs, and we were talking about... We were not talking about tariffs more generally. We were talking about whether Trump's tariffs were good or bad, right? Like the context of all the conversations
this had nothing to do with Trump. It had to do with workers. I'm okay with the GDP being slightly lower to have worker protections,
what I'm saying is,
all these.
No, I agree. So the evidence about and trade-offs between whether tariffs are like generally good or bad, right, is going to be relevant to a discussion about whether Trump's proposed tariffs are good or bad. But the context of those discussions were whether an announced goal that Trump had of imposing tariffs, right, was good or bad, whether or not we supported that. That was the context of those discussions, to be clear.
Yeah, generally, but it wasn't really about Trump. It was I'm pro-tariff.
And what I
want to do,
I'd
be making the same argument.
Beyond your opinion on these things, I'm interested in how you view what Trump is doing with the Federal Reserve, right? I mean, I'm interested in seeing how you defend that or don't defend that, and challenging you on that. That is something I'm interested in doing. And I think that is.
I've been rejecting most of what Trump wants to do and giving you what I think would be the right way to do it. Keep it independent, make it democratically appointed.
But then, so I just want to be. So do you think that with regards to what Trump wants to do, if Trump established a political control over the Fed that he wanted, do you think that would raise inflation expectations?
No. Generally, people think Trump's a fairly solid steward of the economy.
Okay. You do grant that Trump, one, has made several statements about wanting interest rates to be between 1% and 2%, right? Correct? He's done that?
Yeah.
You do grant that Trump, what'd you say? Did you say they should be?
He definitely thinks they should be lower, closer to the era of free money, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we recognize that. Do you think that, yes or no, is going to raise inflation expectations on its own?
It may, probably.
You don't think the Fed, it should be almost trivial, like whether or not cutting interest rates to 1%, it should be like trivial that that is going to raise inflation expectations. Okay.
No, it probably would.
Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you agree? Yes or no that Trump has said that he wants the Federal Reserve to have lower interest rates to make the U.S. pay down its debt easier?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that is going to raise the lower inflation expectations?
Probably raise, if anything, but it could also leave them rather simple. His argument isn't that inflation was going; it's that the Fed has improperly predicted inflation, and thus the interest rate should be lower because the Fed has been so wrong about inflation.
I don't think that Trump has a serious argument. I think he just wants control over the Fed as he's wanted for a while.
I think he just wants Jerome Powell out, but regardless of the pretend mind reading, what he said is that
I'm basing that off of the actions Trump has taken previously, and what I take from him as, you know, more generally being opposed to independent agencies, and I think more generally acting more, you know, towards unitary executive theory stuff. Like, I think that's, you know, I think that is kind of obviously
I'm sure
a goal.
He and every president would be more happy with a Fed chair that aligns more with his economic
but
worldview.
no,
Yes.
that's true. Well, hold on, that's meaningless. I don't, that's very different from wanting independent agencies to exist or not. During that Biden, just to be clear, we recognize that, like, to my knowledge, like, Biden never really directly spoke to Powell that much.
Yeah, Biden never spoke to anybody much. His brain was putty. She spoke to Janet Yellen.
Like, I just want to, like, Biden's, like, Powell's gone on record. You can watch the interview. Like, it's a funny interview. It's less funny in today's context, given what Trump is doing to Powell. Where, you know, Powell's like, oh, you know, President Trump used to call me a lot, and like, the interviewer asks, like, do you have that relationship with Biden? He's like, Biden's never called me. But you know, so like, obviously there are presidents who view, like Biden, that the independence of the Federal Reserve, they like that independence, right? And there are other things Biden did, like get rid of Schedule F appointments, I think indicate his willingness to not have a ton of control over every aspect of the executive branch.
Yeah, but Jerome Powell flat out said that him and Janet Yellen would communicate on a weekly basis, oftentimes several times a week. I just
so it doesn't that doesn't seem relevant. So one, the thing
they would have breakfast meetings, phone calls.
So what I'm talking about, so I don't think I don't think it's improper for the chairman of the Federal Reserve to talk to the what's her title, the Treasury head, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's Biden's employee.
I don't think that's improper, because fiscal monetary interactions matter, right? Like, I don't think that's improper at all. And what I'm talking about here is it's not even whether or not that is improper. What I'm talking about is that Trump's motivation is different from other presidents, and other presidents have not had the same motivation to get rid of the independence of the Federal Reserve, as evidenced by, you know, the fact that Biden, again, like, did not treat Powell the same way at all.
This has been a right-wing thing for decades. Every right-winger wants to get rid of independent agencies because they view them as unconstitutional.
To some degree, but I think most of them actually have a exception for the Federal Reserve. Like, even the Supreme Court seems to have some exception for the Federal Reserve. I know they're, like, Lisa Cook case might challenge that a little bit, but like, we've already got some rulings from the Supreme Court that, like, explicitly don't give Trump the certain powers over the Federal Reserve. They say this ruling doesn't actually apply to the Federal Reserve, you know, because they don't want the president to have control over that.
Generally, yeah.
Right. So like,
contradicts my point at all. That, like, the president calling, or the president's employee that's in charge of the economy calling, is virtually the same thing. That was who Joe Biden picked to be his representative to control the branch from. She worked as under the privilege of the president. All of her powers spawned from the president's powers. She just had much more decision making because her president had cognitive issues and could barely speak.
So for one, it's obviously not the mere, like, literally just calling them. It's not like the mere, it's not the thing that matters, right? It's the fact that they're calling them with presumably some goal of getting a typically easier monetary policy, because, as you acknowledge, the president is going to have more short-term incentives with regards to, you know, the economy, and you agree the president, you know, presumably going to have some incentive with regards to the interest that we're paying on our debt. So my point, again, I was asking you yes or no to these questions. You agreed yes that Trump has said interest rates should be lower. That would raise inflation expectations if he got control over the Fed. That Trump has said the U.S. should have to pay less on its debt, and the Fed should try to not only manage the business cycle, inflation, and unemployment, they should also play a role in setting interest rates such that the U.S. government can maintain its deficit spending. That is going to raise inflation expectations. I think that we should recognize that Trump's incentives, you agree, any politician's incentives are going to be more short-term, and that is also going to raise inflation expectations there. And again, I would point to historical evidence, both from the U.S. with regards to the meetings between the Fed and the president, raising inflation, actual inflation, and, you know, cross-country analyses and, like, evidence from countries that had some sudden shift in policy with regards to Fed independence. Also, you know, a more independent Fed decreases inflation expectations and actual inflation. I would point to all those things and say it is obvious. It is obvious that if Trump were to get the type of political control over the Fed that he wanted, inflation expectations would rise, and it is very likely that, generally speaking, irrespective of even Trump, any amount of political control over the Fed, even if J.D. Vance or AOC were president, right, would also raise inflation expectations and actual inflation too.
It may raise in expectations, but as I'm saying to you right now, you keep quoting the broad data over decades. What I'm telling you is, in the short term, this specific Fed chair has gotten all those things wrong, being independent. One of them very drastically. So yes, it could increase it, but it's happening regardless.
So number one, again, there are degrees here, right? I don't think I disagree with the characterization, and we'll talk about that. But I think the degree is obviously relevant. And two, obviously I give you reasons to think even in the short term, given that what Trump has said, which you agree, all these things would raise inflation expectations. Why it is obvious that it would raise inflation expectations if Trump were to get his way. And I think the historical evidence is obviously going to be relevant with regards to what would happen more generally. You can't just dismiss historical evidence because it doesn't every single thing is not relevant today or whatever. If I tested a seatbelt in a red car and a green car and a black car and a white car, I can be pretty confident that the seatbelt is going to do the same thing in a purple car. What I'm telling you is, when we have a decent amount of evidence that suggests that inflation is negatively correlated with, and things like financial crisis, for example, are negatively correlated with central bank independence, that is evidence even in today's terms that central bank independence is probably going to be good for inflation expectations being lower and Federal Reserve credibility being higher.
I mean, you say that, but again, I'm not at you. You keep making me try to.
Do you agree that historical evidence is relevant? Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Do you agree that the historical evidence here?
It does have some relevancy, but when the specific Fed chair is sitting there getting these things wrong that you're saying the Fed's supposed to be better on because it's independent.
Do you agree? We've been over this, bro.
You keep going back to this is what all the data over a long time says. So ignore the fact that this guy fucked up and has zero accountability.
I'm willing to talk about that. We'll get to that. But what I'm saying is, obviously, there are degrees to which the Federal Reserve can lose credibility, not lose credibility. So I do. I've said to you, I think the Fed lost some modicum, of credibility when Powell said that he was going to asymmetrically do the flexible average inflation targeting. But overall, it still seems like the Fed has quite a bit of credibility. People do not believe currently that it's politically controlled. That is one indicator of that I know you love so much is the tip spread. I do think that is an indicator of that, quite obviously. But just more generally, I don't even think you have to look at the tip spread. The fact that Jerome Powell is actively fighting, Trump and Lisa Cook's getting doing lawsuits is already. I mean, it's evidence that it's not under political control already. And I think the tip spread is indicative more generally that they have some credibility.
Lisa Cook is the one that did the mortgage thing, and that's what she's
allegedly. But I don't. Obviously, regardless of whether or not she did it, it's clear to me that Trump's intention is not to get rid of her because she did mortgage fraud. It's clear to me that Trump's intention is to.
But it's for cause. It doesn't. I don't know.
That's not relevant to me. So you agree that the president could do something?
It might not be relevant to you, but. It's the fact
what I'm saying
is
you agree yes or no that a president can do something within their power. They can have a lawful right to fire someone, but do that with bad intentions, such that they are just trying to get control over the Fed, for example.
Yes, hypothetically that could happen, but what you're doing is assuming that's true based off mind reading.
No, I'm not. I'm inferring.
This is what I think.
Tyler, I'm taking.
Exactly what you're doing.
I'm looking at Tyler. This is stupid. I can obviously infer Trump's intent from the comments that he has made. When Trump repeatedly attacks Jerome Powell, says Jerome Powell will be gone soon. When Trump says Trump has because it is indicative. Do you agree? Yes or no that is evidence that Trump wants control over the Federal Reserve? Yes or no? That when Trump says
he wants to change the Fed chair. Yes, that's what it means. He wants the Fed chair changed because the Fed
when Trump says that he thinks he should have some amount of say, in his words, over the interest rate. Do you agree, yes or no, that is evidence that his mind, is intention is
No, it's not.
That's not evidence. That's not evidence. Trump
what
making
a
statement.
Trump is the 30, 40 years of Republicans saying that this is illegal and doesn't fit the Constitution. The
No,
actual
wait,
argument
wait,
that they're making.
first of all, wait.
The
Tyler,
literal argument.
Tyler, I could grant that. Tyler, I could grant that. What you're saying is that is evidence that Trump wants control over the Fed because he thinks it's unconstitutional. Okay, that's fine. That is evidence towards what I'm saying, though, that he wants control over the Fed.
He wants to be able to fire Jerome Powell because he sucks at his job. Yes.
Okay,
He
I'm just
views
trying
that
to.
as a legitimate reason
Do you
to
recognize?
fire Jerome
Do you recognize Trump has like? So what I'm saying is Trump has made a lot of these statements against Jerome Powell, right, and against the Fed more generally, saying that he wants the interest rates to be lower, saying that he thinks she should have some say in the interest rates. I don't think it's mind reading to say that Trump wants some amount of control over the Fed because he's explicitly stated it as such. So when Trump does something like go after Lisa Cook for mortgage fraud, which to my understanding is not a crime that is usually prosecuted on this high level, and it's ambiguous as to whether Lisa Cook even did it. I could grant that Lisa Cook did do it. And I could grant that if she did do it, even that would be for cause. That'll go to the Supreme Court whether or not it's actually enough cause to fire her. But even if it is, I could grant both that she did do it and its cause. I think Trump is doing it with the intention of getting control over the Fed based off all of his statements.
I understand that you think
agree that's not mind reading. You agree that's not mind reading. You agree that's not equatable to mind reading.
That is the mind reading. You saying, I think this, despite what their legal arguments are, despite what their political arguments are, and despite what she's actually doing.
I'm saying
so none of that matters. I'm
talking about the intention of Trump.
Let me
because you're pulling off base right now. The political arguments, the legal arguments are not relevant at all right now. We're talking about Trump's intent. Tyler, I'm strictly talking about Trump's intent.
Let me finish the statement. I know you are.
It's not relevant.
I think this is Trump's intent. That's what you said. I think this is Trump's intent. What's not relevant is what they're actually saying, what they're actually doing, and what the court case says. You're saying
because
all that's irrelevant.
They're doing that with a certain intent. I'm commenting on the intent.
That's mind reading. Yes.
So Tyler, the legal arguments, all this stuff, I'm talking about Trump's intent in bringing this case, right? I'm talking about the intent in Trump in making these arguments. I think the intent that Trump has in making these arguments to try to fire her is to get more control over the Fed. And to be clear, when I say I think, that's just me, that's me doing my, Bayesian analysis or whatever. So for one, I'm expressing my belief to you. I'm expressing my opinion.
You're disregarding every other theory because you just said it's irrelevant for no reason. That's irrelevant to me. I don't care what the actual arguments are. This is what I think his intent is.
I'm saying that based on, so there's an action or a few actions really that we're talking about here. We're talking about the action of Trump, trying to fire Lisa Cook, right? So what I'm saying is the sort of merits, whether or not that's lawful, right? That is not relevant to what Trump's intent is in doing X action. Doing X action could be legal or illegal. What I'm saying is, regardless of the legality of it or whatever, what I think Trump's intent is in doing this action is to get more control over the Fed, as evidenced by all of his statements.
It's not. You're just saying all the statements that don't agree. I just gave it to you, and you said all of it's irrelevant.
What are the statements?
I want me to go look up verbatim what he said besides all the things I named, like Trump saying
name them again. Just name them.
I'll go look up exact statements.
No. You don't have to give me exact statements. What are the statements that you think I should look at to infer Trump's intent here?
I don't have to give you exact statements, but I have to give you statements. I'm going to look them up right now. If you
said you had statements earlier. What were they? I'm just saying, generally, what was the sentiment expressed by the statement?
I gave you multiple reasons because
list them. Say them.
Because the Fed has been improperly predicting inflation since they said it was transitory. How they've gotten almost every CPI and CPE estimate wrong. They
don't even measure that.
Use that to justify keeping interest rates high.
Okay.
Remember
the reason? That is Trump having some policy disagreement with the Fed. He's saying, I don't think Lisa Cook is doing a good job there. I have some policy disagreement, right? And I want Lisa Cook gone because of said policy disagreement. I want to put someone in control there that I'm not going to have a policy disagreement with it in terms of that, right? Yes or no?
Policy disagreement means she did a bad job. then yes, but that's not what policy disagreement
So you agree?
means.
So you agree Trump could have
You're trying
a,
to pigeonhole these these things into these small boxes that they don't fit, so that you can give me a vague narrative when I'm giving you details. You're obfuscating.
No, I'm saying again. I don't know what you mean by it's the vague details. What I'm saying is, regardless. I'm saying the reason I don't care about sort of the merits of the mortgage fraud case, or like they're not particularly important to me. Not that I don't care about them at all.
Trump said that she
it's because
exhibits gross negligence in financial transactions that call her competence.
That's the legal argument. I'm talking about Trump's intention in making that argument.
That's Trump's argument. His intention is to get rid of her,
Tyler,
because he doesn't trust her as a fiscal regulator.
I don't know how you're this stupid, okay? Trump is making that argument in court, correct? Like, that is what the criminal complaint says, or like that is what his complaint says for the for-cause thing, right? Correct?
This is what Trump's quoted saying. You said Trump made statements that said otherwise. Here's Trump's quote.
What are you reading from right now? Are you so that wording to me sounds like the okay. So that's his justification on Truth Social for doing this action. Okay, I just want to be clear. What I'm saying is, I think Trump, like what he makes.
And it's mind reading.
Because
there's no statements that say that.
I'm inferring his intent from statements he's made about what control he wanted with the Federal Reserve.
What statements prompt him to fire Lisa Cook? Show me the statement Trump says, I'm firing Lisa Cook
I'm inferring his general, Tyler, I'm inferring his general state of mind.
Yeah, you're mind reading. Show me the statement that says that.
When you say mind reading, that makes it sound like I don't have evidence. I'm inferring Trump's state of mind from what he said.
I'm asking you for that statement because I'm quoting you his statements right now.
He hasn't said so on Lisa, Tyler. On Lisa Cook specifically, I don't believe he said something like "I'm getting rid of Lisa Cook to control interest rates." I don't believe he's said that. To be clear, what he has said is that generally he wants control over interest rates. Right? He has said that more generally. He has generally said that he wants a majority of his people on the FOMC. Like I think there's some quote like he said like we're going to have a majority on the FOMC soon. And what I'm inferring from that is that Trump's intent is not some serious concern about mortgage fraud. I'm inferring that Trump just wants to do what he generally does with independent agencies and specifically with the Fed to have more control over interest rates.
What Trump said is, I feel like the presidency should have at least some say there. I feel that strongly.
Yes.
In my case, I have made a lot of money. It was very successful, and I have a better instinct than them in many cases. I feel like they should have some input. Not, I should have control over the Fed. I should have some input. I should be able to voice my concerns, have some input. Now, I'm going to control the Fed.
Do you agree, yes or no, that's more control over the president? Do you agree, yes or no, that's more control over the Fed that the president has currently?
To have a say, yes, a little bit more. It doesn't say he's going to overrule them. It's going to say they're not going to be independent.
Do you think that statement is evidence of? I'm not even saying it's sufficient. Do you think it's evidence of his state of mind in bringing this case? May not be simply that he cares about the mortgage fraud. It's that he wants. No, you don't think that's evidence? You don't think that's evidence at all?
You're mind reading. Yes,
I don't. What the fuck do you mean by mind reading? Do you think it's mind reading when we charge? Wait, Tyler, do you think it's mind reading if someone says like I'm going to kill you and then like shoots you? Is it like mind reading to infer his intent was to kill?
No, because that's a direct statement saying I should have a little bit of input.
But I'm just telling you. But I'm just saying you agree with the principle. You agree with the principle that we can take people's statements. We can take people's statements. We can take people's statements as evidence to their intent.
Yes, you can.
That is what I'm doing. I'm taking Trump's statements as evidence to his intent.
You're taking Trump's statement and applying it somewhere where it's not at all stated.
No, I'm inferring Trump's state of mind with regards to how he feels about the Federal Reserve, that he should have more control over it.
He's firing her because she did something criminal. Why isn't he trying to fire anybody else? Why is he trying to fire?
Probably because he couldn't find anything on anyone else, and he doesn't even know if it's going to be legal or not. But
over the Fed, why doesn't he try and at least take it up to the Supreme Court? Why doesn't he at least try?
What do you mean?
He could just try to challenge, try to fire.
Because the law that like first of all, he's asked people whether he should do that before, and it's his advisors that have backed him down from that.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Biden knew that he couldn't do.
I'm telling you.
You're making dumb statements. Trump knows.
I'm telling you. So you asked why Trump hasn't. done this stuff. I'm telling you that Trump has thought about doing this stuff and his advisors have talked him down from it. And then what I'm saying is with regards to why he hasn't gone after other Federal Reserve officials, because so he's asked whether his advisors, like, if he should fire Powell, and they talked him down from it. And then with regards to other Fed officials, I assume he went after Lisa Cook because she was the easiest target because she was a Biden DI hire, and because he found some potential mortgage fraud case on her. I don't know if they looked into I don't think anyone knows if they looked into the other Federal Reserve officials, but I would assume if they did, they didn't find anything on them, and they therefore went after Lisa Cook because she was the easiest target and had the strongest case. And they're not going after other Fed officials because it'd be an even weaker case to go after them. And they want to first get Lisa Cook's thing through the Supreme Court to see how much power they can assert.
So Trump wants people that align with him more economically, that can make better predictions on inflation and not be incredibly wrong on it. And that means he's trying to exert more control. And that's why
I don't know, Tyler. It seems like you're inferring Trump's intent. It seems like mind reading. It seems like mind reading that you're suggesting
I'm reading his statements. I'm reading his statements. You don't have a statement.
His intent from.
You took one statement and you use that to
infer. First of all, I didn't take one statement. I'm taking multiple statements. But I think when Trump is
making an ought claim. He's making an ought claim that I should have a say in this. He's saying this is what the laws should be. It's not at all directing his intent to go after somebody who did something criminal. You're mind reading. That's all that is.
Okay. Even if I interpret a statement on this is what has to be, this is what the law should be.
He said that as a citizen.
Yeah, he was running for president at the time. It was like on the campaign trail, right?
Yeah, this is how I think the government should work. It doesn't mean I'm doing this.
I agree. I agree that I agree that is not. You cannot infer from that alone, like what Trump's holistic intent is here. But I think that quote, combined with the fact that this type of mortgage fraud is not commonly prosecuted, to my understanding, and it's not even clear that she committed it, but it's not typical for this type of investigation to happen, and that Trump has said several things about the Federal Reserve, that he wants interest rates to be between 1% and 2%, that he wants, for example, like he has sent letters to Jerome Powell asking him to do things as much. I think from all of those things, you can infer that Trump is bringing this case to court with the intention of getting more control over the Federal Reserve.
No, he just wants people that make better inflations on predictions and don't commit crimes. He wants people that are trustworthy of the Federal Reserve, as he said. True. And until you can find me another statement besides taking something he said while he was a citizen and then saying, I'm guessing he's using this as his guiding principle regardless of what he actually said, what his administration said, what the legal case said, and what he's actually doing, is just mind reading.
It's not mind reading. It's
2015.
So you think Trump's intent is so limited such that he only wants to have Federal Reserve officials make more coherent or make more accurate estimates on inflation, so that they have their Taylor rule, so they get 1 or 2 rate cuts, like
that and also adhere to monetary policy and the laws when it comes to mortgages. Yeah, if somebody is willing to violate mortgage policies in order to get themselves a better deal, they are not a trustworthy actor. Is that true or not?
I don't know if the type of mortgage fraud here is sufficient to make someone not a trustworthy actor in their job, even granting that she did mortgage fraud.
And so fraud is okay.
That's what I said. You got a very good understanding of what I said there, Tyler. Can you repeat what I said? Can you repeat what I said to you, please?
This type of fraud is indicative of something to remove somebody from the Fed front.
I said the type of fraud that Lisa Cook is alleged to have committed, even if so let's say I grant that she committed it. My understanding of her charge is that on one mortgage like paperwork thing out of like several other that they had provided, she wrote down that this was going to be her primary residence when in fact it was more likely to be her secondary residence. I don't think given that on other documents she has written that it was going to be her secondary residence, I don't think the type of fraud that she is alleged to have committed is sufficient to say that she's not trustworthy with regards to actions on monetary policy. I don't think that. I don't think I would hold that to be sufficient.
I don't think you've looked into the case then, because what she did was within 2 weeks, she registered 2 different addresses as her primary residence so she could get better loan terms on them.
So my understanding is, you're right, I haven't looked in.
It signed off on it.
To the case specifically a ton. So my understanding is that is what is in the indictment.
Yeah,
and then
the paperwork for public. You can go check it
Lisa
out.
Cook's attorney submitted a lot of evidence to. It's like a 100-page long document. Looking at a bunch of evidence saying it doesn't. Lisa Cook's intent was not actually to do this. It was like one. I think that's like literally the only piece of paperwork they have that says it was going to be her primary residence. The rest of it says it's going to be her secondary residence.
Yeah, just the loan application. That's all.
But you would agree if she wrote down in other places that it was going to be her like secondary residence. There's probably some evidence of her intent.
That's how she got caught trying to get lower interest rates on loans. The same way Fannie Willis. It's public. You can go look at they release the information. You can go look at it if you want to.
I have it. I have the stuff linked.
So if somebody lies within 2 weeks, files 2 separate pieces of paper for loans saying both of their primary residence to get lower interest rates, you're saying, oh, I mean, maybe
that's not sufficient because if Lisa Cook truly did not have the state of mind to commit fraud, which is what her attorney alleges based on the evidence that she provided with other documents, if that was not her state of mind, then I don't think that is sufficient to say someone is not trustworthy with regards to how they do their job.
No, the lawsuit she's currently working on doesn't really address the fraud claims. It argues that...
I agree. No, you're thinking of a different thing. So the lawsuit, you're correct, is simply not addressing the actual claims of fraud. That is true. It's just it's questioning Trump's power. Her attorney, however, sent a letter to, I believe, the Department of Justice, looking at a bunch of evidence saying that Lisa Cook had actually not committed the crime. It's to Pam Bondi.
I've seen it.
Response by Lisa D. Cook to FHFA criminal referrals. So this is not not even a court document. I don't believe it's just a letter from her attorney providing evidence that Lisa Cook's state of mind was not actually.
So a professional, educated, trained economist couldn't figure out how to fill out mortgage forms properly, and you're arguing that she's competent enough to keep her job?
I don't think that's sufficient to say that she's untrustworthy with regards to her job and monetary policy. I don't think that alone is sufficient. No.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we'll find that out from the courts, but she filed these within 2 weeks of each other. It was pretty much back to back, claiming both were her primary residence and applying for lower rate interest loans on her mortgages. So she used it the same way Fannie Willis did. Lying about how many apartments were in the building so she could get a lower rate on her loans as well. So that's technically fraud, and that's what they went after Trump for. They got a civil case against him that potentially could have saw him lose $300 billion. So, I mean, either it was, are you saying that they weaponized the government against Trump?
Yeah, see.
Or was that one legit? True. That one was legit?
I have not read in a ton about the New York civil case, but so I don't know what the evidence is in that case. I'm not prepared to comment on that. I simply I'm reading it, I'm looking. I don't know. I'm skimming through this letter here. There are, like I said, other documents, even with regards to her loan, that have it listed as her vacation home.
She
I don't
falsified
know exactly.
bank documents and primary and property mortgage records, and was using that as a rental, not her vacation home.
I believe so. The allegation, my
Cook's
understanding,
Georgia home was listed as a rental.
So is that actually what she's being? My understanding again is that the fraud claim has to do with her claiming that it was her primary residence. I'm not aware of the fraud claim relying on anything about with regards to renting out the home.
So again, I see nothing here that proves that Trump is doing this just to gain more seats on the Fed.
What do you mean by prove?
I'm looking here. This seems as though she falsified bank documents
That the merits of the crime aren't relevant for that, Tyler. How many times do I have to tell you the merits of the crime are not the merits of it are not relevant to the analysis of whether or not Trump is doing it with the intention
I understand that. I'm asking
why
for
are you
your
bringing
proof.
up the merits of the crime when you're talking about Trump's intentions?
I'm asking for your proof, and this is what you brought up. I'm going off of what
That's
you
with
said.
regards to the merits of the no. That's with regards to the merits of the crime that we were talking about. I never brought up the merits of the crime. You agree that I said explicitly the merits of the crime, or whether or not you actually did commit it, is not relevant to my analysis of Trump's state of mind when trying to get rid of her for cause. Right? I said that.
Yeah, you said that, but you haven't substantiated it. You've claimed it, and that's why I keep calling it mind reading, because that's not
a claim. So okay, wait, I don't know how you're this lost. Okay, it's not a.
I'm not lost.
It's almost like it's almost like axiomatic to say, like the merits of doing action X are like not particularly relevant, or like I think they can be evidence in some cases, but like they're not particularly relevant to why someone is doing, like the state of mind someone is doing when doing action X, right? Like that's what I'm not trying to. I don't know what it would mean to even substantiate that to you, given that like it should just be obvious that the state of mind can be different regardless of the merits of it.
Proof would substantiate it for me.
What would be the proof to you? Like I can tell you any given hypothetical situation where someone's state of mind is not the reason that they're
Trump
like
saying
bringing
something, telling somebody in private, saying it out loud.
Wait, are you talking about? Wait, but not. No, you're confusing. You're confusing the principle that I'm talking about here against the actual merits of it, right? So you agree, to be clear, that like the principle I'm talking about here about like the merits of the case not always being particularly relevant to the state of mind of someone in bringing the case. That as a principle, someone can bring a case with a ill intent, even if the merits of the case are strong.
Yeah, if that's the case, prove the ill intent. You're just assuming.
So I'm inferring from Trump's statements and Trump's actions with regards to the Federal Reserve that his actual intent, as Powell said in this video, okay, like he's using it as a pretext to have more influence over the Federal Reserve. And again, the evidence for that is
we have legal mechanisms in place to prove intent. Willful intent being the highest standard of proof. We have that in place. We saw Joe Biden.
What I'm giving to you
intended to conceal classified documents.
What I'm giving to you is statements. What I'm giving to you is statements that Trump has made and certain actions Trump has done, which I think you can reasonably infer from that Trump is doing this with the pretext of using it as a pretext such that he can have more control.
I understand that, and then we dug into those, and I said he's making an ought claim about how government should have run, and that has nothing to do.
But that,
you can hold on. You can make an ought claim, and then not have that actually be how you're acting, right? I will drive 55 miles an hour, but I ought to be able to drive 85 miles.
I agree with that principle. That's trivial. Yeah, I agree with that principle. So I think so. To be clear, I don't think I think there are. One, I don't think any of the statements individually are necessarily sufficient to infer a state of mind, right? Two, I think there are ways you can interpret any statement such that they would not mean that Trump is trying to take control of the Federal Reserve. What I'm going off of is I'm doing two things. One, I'm looking at the number of statements and magnitude of statements, how much he repeats these type of statements, right? I'm considering that, and I'm considering how a reasonable you can interpret them, how you can reasonably interpret them, right? So like Trump could say that he wants, Trump could come out and say, I want to be able to, set interest rates personally. And with like some insane interpretation, you could say, oh, no. Trump just means like, he wants the ability to like, set credit card interest rates personally. That's what he was talking about there. It wasn't actually about the Federal Reserve. Or like you can interpret anything in such an insane way as to get around that. So I'm taking, and I am considering Trump's character here, obviously, and we might have differing views on that. But when Trump says this many things about the Federal Reserve and wanting more say in it, wanting more control in it, when Trump repeatedly attacks Jerome Powell and will openly say that he wants Jerome Powell out of it, I infer from that Trump's state of mind in bringing this case is indeed to get more control over the Federal Reserve, as opposed to some legitimate concern over how they're predicting inflation.
You're just repeating yourself over and over. What I'm telling you is these statements don't prove what you're claiming. Him saying this is ought to be how the government is run is not saying this is what I'm doing. He's saying as a citizen, as a civilian, not the president, when he was out of office, said this is how it ought to be run. He's also said Jerome Powell's messing up the housing market by keeping interest rates high. The Fed has flat out said the reason they're not cutting interest rates until September 2025 is because of inflationary concerns due to the tariffs, which they got wrong.
They didn't get that first. Okay, first
they
of all,
did not get the quarter three inflation that they predicted.
I think that's a bit. I don't think when Powell, said the reason he's not cutting interest rates is due to inflation or whatever. I don't think the specific quarter three inflation estimate they had is necessarily exactly what he was talking about there. I think it's probably reasonable to say he was talking more generally about price increases from inflation and not specifically whether or not his prediction from quarter three would be accurate or not. And I pointed to the evidence.
Trump's tariff policies are the reason that there could be an unstable market and prediction in the late 2025 in the third quarter, and that prediction that we were going to get inflation is why he was not cutting interest rates because of tariff policy.
First of all,
can you acknowledge that inflation never happened?
I think tariffs have put upward pressure on inflation. I don't think the exact. So I'll take you at your word that the exact estimate they had.
That's the stubborn inflation, not the tariff inflation. The stubborn inflation was.
I pointed to the evidence that tariffs have. I pointed to the evidence that tariffs have had a material impact on CPI and PCE. You agree with that? You conceded that earlier.
Yes, but they were saying that in the third or fourth quarter of the year, we were going to see more inflation, not consistently, not cooling.
Okay, so
when
did Powell? So first of all, I don't. When Powell says more inflation, I don't know if he means necessarily more inflation overall, if it just means higher than otherwise would be inflation because of tariffs. But secondly, I don't know when Powell made that statement, but I would get what's the date he made that statement? Was it before or after the 90-day pause that Trump announced?
Would have to look. What 90-day pause? Which one are you talking about?
For the Liberation Day tariffs, the 90-day pause that he announced.
I don't know. Those tariffs were in effect for 6 days, 8 days, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even think it was that long. So, but I'm just saying, I could told him Powell might have said that before the 90-day pause, but after the Liberation Day tariffs were announced, so he was expecting the tariffs to go into effect, and it would be very much reasonable to assume even higher inflation than we've seen from tariffs because of that. But then the 90-day pause happened, and that's why and that's why the prediction it didn't come true, because the effective tariff rate was much lower.
Not just the tariff rate, but also his border policy of deporting people here illegally. He said those were two things were leading to a challenging situation that could see inflation go up in the third quarter. That never happened. In fact, they overpredicted inflation, underpredicted growth and job. They've gotten it wrong every month.
True. I'm telling you. Again, I'm asking you the date because you agree in principle, right? That Powell, there are reasons it could have been totally reasonable to think that because the announced tariff rate was much higher than the effective tariff rate. You agree with that?
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
Probably.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously, I send you the evidence that tariffs are the announced rate.
That's on April 4th when the tariffs were still in effect.
Okay, so you recognize Powell was predicting that based on his assumption that the tariffs are probably going to remain in effect, correct? You think that was probably what Powell was thinking?
He made it also again in August. He made it also again in September, and he made it late in 2020 in October.
I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but the inflation estimates were probably down after the 90-day pause was announced.
No, there
might have been other.
He said it. No, he said it's on April 4th, and he said it on August 22nd, then he said it in September 17th to 23rd, and then he cut interest rates 2 days later.
Wait, okay, so what you're reading a statement where he says, so you're saying that the prediction for quarter 3, 2024 inflation or whatever was wrong. And to my knowledge, they update their predictions, I forget how often, but certainly every Fed interest rate meeting, they update their predictions. Each FOMC member does that. So I'm asking,
June, July,
so you're giving me a statement he made on August 4th, and I presume that he had a estimate for inflation in October. whatever the first date, April 4th, you said. I presume we had an inflation estimate then. What I'm asking, I would assume that after the 90-day pause, his estimate from April 4th went down.
I don't know his exact estimates. I just know that in June, July, August, and September, all three predictions for CPI were wrong. All three predictions for job growth and for economic growth were wrong. So that inflation that they were predicting was overstated.
Okay,
so if you were constantly over and understating
I don't think that gets you anywhere you want to be, though, because so you'd have to prove. I don't think it's unreasonable for the Fed to assume that there are going to be price increases because of tariffs, especially because there were in fact price increases because of tariffs that did have a material effect on inflation. And I think because of the odd situation that tariffs have on the economy, and that they both increase inflation and decrease employment, the stagflationary pressure that is put on the Fed there, I don't think it's unreasonable at all to hold off on cutting rates if for no other reason than the uncertainty about what will happen.
If you want to ignore the details and just speak generally, you are correct. But as soon as we dive into the details and look at what their actual predictions were, yes, they were wrong.
I understand you. I grant you the predictions specifically for quarter 3 inflation and other quarters as well were wrong. I recognize it, but you understand. I'm not talking about their. I reckon like their predictions for the specific amount of inflation within like 0.5 basis points, right, is probably not going to be particularly relevant to the interest rate decision. That's just not going to have a material effect on like the Taylor rules they use, for example. I don't know how big of an effect that would even have.
Yeah, so what he said in September is that he was wrong about tariff inflation. It was actually just a one-time price shift. Temporary one-time price shift.
Powell never said that like there was for sure going to be a ton of inflation from tariffs in the technical sense of the word inflation. He has stated that it is the Federal Reserve's job is to make sure that the one-time price increase from tariffs does not turn into persistent inflationary pressures.
But he was wrong about all of his predictions and using those predictions to justify not cutting interest rates until September, despite the fact that inflation was cooling.
This is like,
and that trumps a disagreement.
When you say predictions in this context is the number for inflation Powell writes down on his sheet that predicts inflation, right? Those are, you reckon, like, I would need to see some data that these are like substantially more wrong than they have been in the past, because it is my understanding that even FOMC officials rarely get inflation perfectly right, or at least all of them rarely get inflation spot on. They're usually off by.
If we're using absolute numbers, generally, no, they're probably not much different from the norm, but oftentimes they underguess. It just so happens that every single month they overguessed for Trump on inflation rates, underpredicted his growth, and underpredicted his job performance, and used that to justify not cutting interest rates till September, despite the fact that inflation continued to cool month to month.
So I would need to see, when are you saying they justify not cutting interest rate in September? I don't know what the September 2025 you mean?
Yes, September 2025 was the first.
I'm not familiar. I would assume there's other labor market things they looked at then, but I'm not familiar with the exact state of the labor market in September 2025. But
it was a few.
Right. So
there's
it's
the
not
dual
clear
mandates risk. There's the deep internal divisions. There's data disruptions from the government shutdown. There's stubborn inflation as well. Yeah, there's multiple other factors. Yeah.
So saying
specifically in those statements.
So I think being given the evidence that tariffs do put upward pressure on prices, and I don't know for sure that historically the Fed has evenly overestimated or underestimated inflation, but I don't think it's crazy to predict higher inflation levels given the historical evidence we have. If you're saying by now they should have learned that actually tariffs aren't going to be super inflationary, I think you'd have to.
I didn't say it was crazy. So much uncertainty. It was wrong. It's wrong.
But they're always. But you would reckon wrong to me implies more than simply some almost immaterial prediction that was not accurate. Wrong, like when you say something wrong that would justify their firing, I take that to mean something. I think more substantial than
That's not
penciling in,
justifying his
inflation.
firing. They're trying to justify his firing because of, like, they say he overspent on renovations, and it's a weak case.
No, you're saying justifying Trump's grievance with regards to the Federal Reserve.
Well, that's the thing. This is the now grievance. The original grievance was the transitory. So again, he made a big mistake in 2022. These are much smaller mistakes, but they're all in the same direction. His mistake benefited Biden, allowed him to pass his agenda, told him the inflation was transitory. He was wrong, and ended up making him have to snap interest rates up really high, hurting the economy badly. Now, when it's Trump, he's cautious in the other direction, and despite the fact that he's overpredicted it and used those predictions to not cut interest rates until September, it's one side gets the benefit of the doubt, and the other side gets the exact opposite of the benefit of the doubt. That's why he's saying
Trump is doing things that all the evidence shows will push up prices and has pushed up prices. And
he's doing multiple things. Some of them do push up prices. Many other things he's doing push down prices.
I mean, what the oil? I'm assuming you're gonna say like that might upset.
Cutting regulation.
The Fed, I'm assuming, is looking at some of those things as well. Obviously, I don't think cutting taxes. I think cutting taxes is probably going to increase inflation. I don't see why it necessarily
selling more
would
exports,
decrease.
allowing people to upscale and make goods for cheaper. I don't think
there's reason to believe exporting would necessarily decrease inflation either.
Selling more goods doesn't mean you can sell goods for cheaper.
No.
If you start selling, if you can sell 10 things, you only need yourself to make them. Now you have to start selling 100. You have to be more efficient. It allows you to buy more equipment to be more productive. When you're exporting billions of dollars overseas, now that we're selling multiple billions of dollars more in exports every month, that allows firms to upscale, allowing them to produce goods for cheaper.
So
yes, when you can produce more goods, you can produce them for cheaper.
There are economies of scale. If that is simply your point, I agree that there are economies of scale and that average fixed cost will fall as you produce more goods. That is true. I don't think that is like, it doesn't follow that producing more goods would necessarily mean cheaper goods. That's quite trivial. Like if demand shifts right, you produce more goods, but it's a higher quantity supply to goods, but there's also a higher price for those goods. And you could obviously imagine if the demand for movie theater tickets shifts to the right, they might be selling more movie theater tickets, but the supply of movie theaters is very inelastic in the short term. So you're not going to produce you're not going to have more movie theaters. You're not going to see the price fall or anything because the supply is not going to immediately respond. It's just going to be demand shifting to the right, and it's going to be a higher quantity at a higher price.
So selling $60 billion worth of exports more is not going to allow people to scale up and produce goods for cheaper? That doesn't make sense to me. On top of that, moving regulation, cutting taxes, things of that nature.
I don't know if justification for cutting taxes is going to have for reducing inflation. I think most of the evidence shows that.
I'm talking about just the price of goods, not just inflation as a whole. I'm talking the price of goods come down when you were able to produce more and when the cost of producing those things goes down. Yes?
It can. It's more complicated.
So if the regulatory burden is lower, it's a barrier to entry that is now being lowered, allowing more people to produce.
That could be true, sure.
Yes, that's the argument I'm making.
But that I just want to if we cut taxes, presumably there's going to be more deficit spending, and that is probably going to increase rather than decrease inflation, even if in a short run, if you cut taxes across the board, maybe in some markets it has some effect of increasing supply because they were too heavily taxed before. But it doesn't actually.
Deficit spending affect inflation. I'm kind of curious. I haven't heard that before.
So for one, deficit spending may just increase aggregate demand if people just simply have more money in their pockets, and if they have a higher marginal propensity to consume than what the government was spending the money on, which is plausible. In that case, you would expect aggregate demand to increase, to shift to the right, and that would increase the price level as well as the quantity supplied of goods. Secondly, when the government borrows, some of that debt is likely to be monetized by the Federal Reserve. This will depend. It will ultimately depend to some extent on the actions of the Federal Reserve. But when the government deficit spends, it's likely that the Federal Reserve will end up essentially financing much of the money that the government is now spending, which means it's essentially new money that the government is spending, or that people are spending on behalf of the government cutting taxes, and that'll increase the price level insofar as that money is.
If you're deficit spending more on subsidies, that would see the cost of goods come down while deficit spending, would it not?
It would. So for the good that you are subsidizing, supply would probably shift to the right, and it would decrease the price for that individual good. It doesn't follow that in the aggregate that the price level would decrease, because it would have other effects on the more general price level, primarily, again, potentially increasing aggregate demand and also increasing the amount of debt that's monetized and made with newly printed money.
I guess that makes some sense there. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I just don't. I understand where Trump's coming from in terms of the Fed missing their. I've never heard that. I just wanted to be filled in. I wasn't arguing with you there. At the end of the day, I think Trump has a legitimate. I think people that lost confidence in the Fed, Trump included, have a legitimate right to think Jerome Powell is ineffective at his job. It's not a clause to fire.
We can talk about that, but like I just want to close out on this specific thing.
The point I'm trying to make real quick, though, is if Trump thinks that Powell is ineffective at his job, that is just as legitimate of a mind read as Trump wants to fire him to have more control over the Fed. Is it not?
I would obviously disagree with that, because again, the evidence, like, I don't know what you mean by just as much as a mind read. So I agree that you are also inferring Trump's intent from statements that he has made in that case. Speculation implies something deeper, like more ambiguous to me than what we both claimed Trump's statements to mean. I think we are both to some extent inferring Trump's intent from the statements he's made. I think they point me in previous actions he's done as well. They point me in one direction. They point you in another direction. We just have different interpretations of those things.
But mine are the exact words he's saying. Jerome Powell is driving up the housing price by keeping interest rates high, and the only reason he's keeping interest rates high is because he's predicting inflation that never happened.
What?
So that's what Trump's argument is. He's saying inflation's going to come because of the tariffs, yet inflation's cooling, despite the fact that the tariffs are not cooling as fast. Not cooling as fast as it would be without the tariffs. I'm admitting that, but it's still cooling. And if with inflation still cooling, that means the Federal Reserve's prediction about tariffs and border policy were maybe correct, but not correct enough to see inflation go up. It's cooling. So the fact that inflation is cooling means interest rates probably should have been cut sooner. Interest rates being as high as they are is what's driving up housing costs. So he's saying Jerome Powell is the reason housing is so high right now.
I don't even fully agree with that second point, but you reckon do you think that, do you think let's just say, do you think if there are two buttons in front of me, one button has like a 100% chance of saving one person, and then the other button has a 50% chance of saving 1 million people, and let's say I hit the second button, 50% chance of saving 1 million people, and then it turns out, no one got saved, coin landed on tails, all that 1 million people die. Do you think they acted wrongly in that case?
Not wrongly. I think they acted more risk. They were less risk adverse, trying to get a higher payoff. I will absolutely admit what Trump's doing with the economy is super risky, and it could go bad at a lot of turns.
Well, but what Powell was doing was acting risk aversely. I think he was doing that. I think he, to some degree, said as much, and I think it was like in that case, I would not say the person had acted wrongly. I would say they did the action with the higher expected value, and that's what I care about. I think you should do the action with the higher expected value, even if it turns out that in hindsight we know the outcome that happened. There's just no way you could have known that stuff at the time, and I don't think it's at all unreasonable for the Federal Reserve officials to think that there was going to be more inflation than there was, especially given the context. Sometimes tariff pauses have not been announced yet, given all the evidence that we have on tariffs historically, and given the previous inflation bout that we had been through, why they would be more risk adverse in assessing whether or not to cut interest rates.
I mean, I don't think Powell is out of pocket for thinking the way he did. Is essentially what you're getting to. I don't think he's out of pocket. I don't think
I don't think it was. I don't think it was
crazy.
politically motivated, and I don't think it was unreasonable.
I agree with you on both of those. I just think it was wrong.
But
I don't think
what I'm saying is, like, regardless of it, despite him to some extent being in fact wrong, and that like his prediction was not wholly accurate, obviously, he probably did the thing with the higher expected value given the information that he had at the time, and that is just not. I'm not going to like just say he's a bad Fed chair or anything for that.
I personally would, especially since he has a history of misreading, misinterpreting situations, and that saw the largest interest rate spike in, 100 years in the country? So I would say that big first mistake. Wasn't it? I thought... No, maybe not.
Interest rate hike? No, we had like 13% interest rates in the 70s. We had high inflation then, too.
Was it that recent? Maybe it was 50 years then. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah,
I thought it was in the 60s and 50s, but when that was my bad, I thought that was going on much earlier. So I could have that wrong. I just grabbed an arbitrary number.
Well, yeah. So I mean, look,
free money. Let's say that.
Yeah, we can sort of talk about that, but I think, like, ultimately, again, the actions that Trump has done with regards to other independent agencies, the statements that he had made with regards to wanting some amount of control over the Federal Reserve, as well as just the general character, to some extent, that I take Trump to be, that all points me in the direction of him having ill intent in bringing the case against Lisa Cook. And I guess, you have your different opinion on that.
We'll see how it plays. As I said, we got to see how it plays out. He could be wrong. I don't know enough about the law to do this. That's why I go to Ryan Mullally every time I have to prep for a legal debate, because I don't know that shit. I'm a programmer, so I just look at data and assess data a lot. That's it.
Okay. Well, look. So I think here's what I'll say. So I think Powell has done kind of two things wrong. One of which I don't entirely fault him for. So I think. The issue, I have a incentive to lie here, because if I give you an inch, I think you'll take a mile, and I think you cannot actually substantiate some of your claims. But so I think Powell was somewhat wrong to say in the early months of COVID that inflation was transitory. I agree with that. Now, I don't think inflation was entirely demand driven. I think there is a dispute to this day about whether inflation was transitory. Some people still argue it was, and I don't think that argument is entirely unreasonable. And I'm not sure that you even have a sufficient basis for believing that it wasn't transitory. So I think that is somewhat of a mistake he's made, but I don't fault him that much for it, given at the time. I still think it's not unreasonable now to believe inflation was transitory, and at the time it was even more reasonable to believe that inflation very much could be transitory. But I think he corrected that mistake as early as late 2021. I think is when they started raising rates, and by 2022, early 2022 or February 2022, I think is when they started really going up on rates. Powell was raising rates by 0.75 basis points at times. He did start taking inflation seriously, and it seems brought down inflation relatively well because of that, if you don't think inflation is transitory, and achieved somewhat of a soft landing in the sense that we did not enter a recession afterwards, and employment was quite well under Powell's entire term. Employment is still, my view to labor market right now is still that it's decent. Hiring is way down, so it's pretty stagnant, and I think it's gotten worse since Trump got elected, and I think the tariffs have above zero to do with that. But I think there are other factors as well. So I think the second mistake Powell made, which I think is you can fault him for a little bit more, but also not necessarily super consequential, is that what I said earlier with the flexible average inflation targeting. He said that they were going to do with an asymmetric target, so they're not going to account for overshoots with undershoots in the future.
I mean, you could be right, and again, I think it's more about Generally, he wants somebody that lines up with his view on economics more in those chairs. He wants somebody that's going to see the interest rates high as they are, see inflation cooling, and drop it sooner. You could easily argue, even if Powell thought inflation was transitory, he could have rose the interest rates much sooner with much lower basis point raises, like a 25% basis point interest rate in April, May, and not let it get up to 6%.
Like, what was the employment situation in April and May? You understand why he would justifiably be worried about any adverse effects on inflation during the pandemic? Sorry, on employment?
I'm looking for employment right now.
In the recovery?
I'm looking because I thought that the biggest spike in employment was Trump's final quarter.
Yeah, but it took some amount of time to recover. So we were at in
April we were at 158,000 jobs, which is.
Well, let's look at the unemployment rate. What month do we want to talk about? What month do you think Powell could have raised rates or whatever?
Right before the pandemic, we were at 159,000 jobs. In April 2021, we were at 153.
Why are you looking at? I care more about the unemployment rate right now.
I'm just looking at employment generally at the time. I don't know if I have rate on here. I'm looking at trading economics.
Well, I'm just looking at Fred. In January 2021, we were at 6.4% unemployment. April 2021, 6.1. June, we were at 5.9. Obviously, Powell would have some reason to be concerned when the unemployment rate is already elevated, not majorly so. And there are other indicators,
someone needs to say stagflation
other indicators
for the loved dog.
Not necessarily in the Fed's mandate, but the stock market did not do particularly well in 2022 holistically. So there are obviously reasons Powell had to be conservative with how much he raised rates, given the state of the employment situation and stuff. And then $2 from Springo. I appreciate it. Someone needs to say stagflation. Real.
Stagflation. There you go. I agree with you, but the interest rates in September were pretty much the same as they were in April of 2021, and he was interest rates spiked then. So if he would have raised it sooner, just a couple, 25 basis points in April, he wouldn't have had to raise it 75 basis points or whatever. I think it was even more than that.
Wait, so are you saying interest rates in April 2020?
Fuck, there's so much shit on this website. I'm looking for interest rates.
What have the effective federal funds rate pulled? Is what month are we looking at?
I'm looking at April versus September when they actually rose the interest rates.
So April 2020, 0.05. So basically that's a zero lower bound. And then September or whatever, they were up to 0.09, which is still pretty close to zero lower bound, right? That's not a very meaningful increase. It took until March 2022 to do the first big increase.
Yeah. And then it went really up really fast, really quick. At that point,
because Powell realized probably wouldn't be transitory, and he realized that faster than other people. Again, I don't even think it's that crazy to say that inflation is transitory to this day. I think there's a decent argument for that. I personally don't. That's not
some of it was. Some of it actually was. Not all of it, though. A lot of it, I think, had to do with Biden's first year going after fuel. We saw the price of fuel go up before the price of inflation did by about 2 months.
I don't know how material the impact that had, but okay, I don't know how much evidence.
Absolutely.
For that. So I think the evidence I've seen suggests that deficit spending, just total deficit spending, probably had maybe a third to do with inflation. I'm not aware of any estimates on how much government regulation with regards to green energy and oil and stuff had to do with inflation. I think it'd be very hard to estimate that.
It's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that. It's what he was saying about what he was going to do to fuel on the campaign trail and things of that nature. He was going to go after the fossil fuel industry. He's going to push EVs and things like that. He did the tailpipe mandate, but that wasn't until 2023. But he definitely signaled it that he was going after the fossil fuel industry when he was running for president.
Yeah, but I'm not aware. I don't know.
And then you win, investment in the fuel industry plummets because people think there's no future to invest in if he's going to change this. They're going to invest in something else. So his words
Sure, but what I'm saying is I've seen estimates. I've seen a lot of papers. Even Ben Bernanke has papers on this that has to try to estimate how much of the increase in inflation was due to like supply shocks and how much of it was due to demand shocks, and some try to isolate how much of it was due to fiscal policy versus monetary policy versus supply shocks, right? Like I've seen papers with regards to that. I've not seen any papers with regards to trying to estimate government regulations effect on it. So I don't know how I would evaluate how big of a impact that had. Like I'm just saying I'm agnostic on that. But I don't think that even if I granted you that would have a ton of relevance to what we're talking about with Powell here. I think like that would give him like if there's government regulation that's increasing inflation, I think that likewise the tariffs just puts the Fed in a very tricky position because that's essentially stagflationary pressure. And that's like I don't know if the prescription for Powell to do would be there.
I'd have to look all that up. I have some notes on it, but it's been a while. I used it for a debate one time. I gotta go look at my notes to find it. But my wife is texting me to hurry the fuck up, so I think I gotta go. It's been over 2 hours. I
guess, sure. But I mean, I'll let you give a closing statement or whatever. I did want to get through a little bit more stuff, but I'm
sorry.
I don't know. We can talk later. It's fine. I mean, listen. I would say some of the like real brief stuff I wanted to get to. Like, I don't think Powell was in favor of Trump in any way. Like, if you look at just what the federal funds rate was as compared to where a basic Taylor rule suggests the federal funds rate should be, like the federal funds rate was above the neutral rate for way more Biden's term, like the last 2 years of Biden's term, as opposed to where it is now. So I think and where it was in right after the election, the cuts they did, not in November, but after November. I forget the next month they did cuts. And I also say, just regard even like the rates right now are roughly at, this is more relevant earlier, where the Taylor rule, a few different Taylor rules actually suggest they should be at, with even, I guess, I think on the Atlanta Fed site or the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland site, I think they have not only the Fed's estimate of inflation, but other estimates of inflation that they use too, and all of them suggest that it's still rates are roughly where they should be, or even looser than the Taylor rule suggests they should be, or where the neutral rate is. So I don't think Powell's been unfair to Trump in any way, or unfair to Biden or Trump in any way. I don't think he's been politically biased. I think Trump's intent with regards to that with regards to any action he does at the Fed so far has done is to get more political control under Fed. I think the tariffs have just been really bad. I think they've decreased employment. I think they've put upward pressure on prices. I think they have not achieved any of their goals with regards to increasing manufacturing employment and have likely done the opposite. That's my view. I'll let you give whatever closing you want to say. And shout yourself out if you want to.
Average debate enjoyer. You can find me if you want to. I do this for fun, not clout. So I do think Powell was not a nefarious actor. I don't think he was political. I think what happened is he made a pretty big goof, and then he had PTSD, and his PTSD from the giant goof in 2021, 2022 led to him now being overly cautious to the point where he's not giving Trump a fair chance to let his economy thrive. His actions keeping interest rates up or keeping mortgage payments high. It's probably one of the major reasons why housing is still high, despite the fact that we see tax cuts, we see regulation cuts, we see tons of new houses being built, tons of new infrastructure being built, construction jobs. I think the last jobs report they went down, but generally construction jobs are going up under the Trump administration because we see trillions of dollars in investment. Something from his trade wars that actually is one of his few good economic points that you could say came out of the tariffs so far. I don't think the tariffs are justified yet. I don't think we see a net positive economically yet, but the trade war is not over yet. So generally, I think our speculation differs a bit, but I think we agreed on a lot more than you want to give credit for because we just glazed over a lot of things that we do agree on. And I think that he is justified to fire Lisa Cook from the Fed. So far, anyways, we'll see how that plays out. So, otherwise, we'll see you on that panel when it comes up, and I guarantee you're going to probably be siding with me more than you're disagreeing with me.
Okay, well, yeah, see you in 2 weeks at the Gibbs panels at least. But yeah, we'll chat later. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Take her easy.
You too. Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? At least we didn't have any of the memes about job revisions being all fake and the BLS being... We didn't even talk about the BLS head being fired. Or like the immigration numbers being all bullshit. You know, at least we avoided that. I imagine 2 weeks from now when I have whatever panel with Gibbs, that might that stuff might come up more. Pain. Wait, Lisa Cook was on the Fed. Lisa Cook is still on the Fed. Yeah, Trump is he's suing, or he tried to fire her for cause. Lisa Cook is full screen off. Yeah, hold on. I'm just trying. Actually, I can try to fix the fucking Discord thing. I don't know why it broke. Trump trying to fire Lisa Cook for cause, but Lisa Cook has a lawsuit saying Trump doesn't have the authority to do so, and I think it's likely that the Supreme Court will end up siding with her. And that lawsuit does not have to do with whether or not she actually committed a mortgage fraud. It's just about Trump's authority with regards to firing Federal Reserve officials. And like I said, her attorney sent whatever letter to the DOJ saying, hey, she didn't even do this shit. But I have not read a ton into it because I care more about Trump's intent, like I said. But yeah. Okay, will this work now? How long till Sample jumps in? I don't know if Sample's watching, but I don't know if Charlesky's still here. I said Charlesky could hop in afterwards because he disagrees with me about some utilitarianism stuff, but I think that it's going to be not as heated or anything as a conversation and stuff. Uh-oh. I'm trying to, I don't know, so, if you guys don't know, like when I'm on this screen, and like my camera's on there, usually I have my Discord set up in such a way that I can change the, I paid some Indian dude $40 to write a program that would change the background color of the Discord window so I could remove the background. And for some reason, that plugin is not currently working. And I need it to work. Because that way, like, I don't have the ugly, like, black background, and, like, if someone else had joined the call at that point, like, you know, the faces and, like, our webcams would have shifted in such a way that they would cut us all off. So I made sure to change that, but it's just not, why is it not working? I'm gonna disable custom CSS. And I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna disable whatever that was, even though I don't think that'll fix it. Overseas code's not working out for you, bud. I guess not. And that doesn't work, but I don't expect it to. Ignore the men kissing. That's in my Discord server's rules. Exclamation point Discord and chat if you want to look at gay men kissing. Vencord. Enable custom CSS. Relaunch. If I have to pay someone another $40. I don't think it's working. Based and gay. This is true. Bruh. This is not ideal. I'll look into it later. I'll see if I can fix it. Fuck. Okay. I'll mention Chorsky, but he might have gone places. Otherwise, we have Slop. I love Slop. Who?
I think it was one of the best presidents.
This is 4 days old by now. Jubilee, better not get mad at me. Some of my best friends are gay. Okay, listen, I don't think there's econ stuff in here, so maybe I won't be too triggered. But oh boy, Gen Z leftists versus boomer Democrats. Okay, I love Team Boomer. I love Team Boomer. I am Team Boomer for life, bro. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Also, some of the stuff, I'm not fucking live and learn, so I don't follow the polling on all these fucking issues all the time. So some of the stuff I'm going to be more agnostic on. But we'll see. Wait, hold on. Hold on, guys. Sorry, hold on. Have to mirror it. Have to add the color noise. Stream Duke in 5 minutes? No worries. I added the noise. Okay, it's fine.
The Democratic Party should move further left to energize young voters. Can they agree or step forward?
Oh yeah, I all agree with that.
Awesome.
I look at the New York mayoral election as an example. I think Mondani is a great candidate.
Bro. Okay, listen. Like I've said, I don't have that strong of opinions on that stuff. I came into politics, but I do the policy stuff. I don't do the what is the best strategy for Democrats. I don't do that stuff that often, but I think I know enough to say Mondami might not be the best example, given that he's the Democratic mayor running in New York City. And that is probably just nowhere near scalable to the, oh my God, sorry, I said scalable and I totally, sorry, hold on. Nowhere near scalable to the actual entire country. I totally forgot. Tyler said in his fucking video reacting to our old debate, like I said, I skimmed through it, but it fucking triggered me. He said, even Non-Fon's best study says that we lost 2 million jobs because of China. And it's, bro, that triggers me so fucking, that like, you don't understand, okay? Because I just want to be clear, that is the worst possible study, because it's, this is why scalable reminded me of it. So that study is looking at Arthur Dorn Hansen, 2013, okay, the original China shock paper, okay, that original paper, right? The local labor market effects of Chinese import penetration, or whatever the exact name is, okay? It's looking at that study, and that study, to be clear, is measuring the difference between counties or between metropolitan areas. I forget exactly how they slice it up, between local areas, the difference in manufacturing employment with regards to and how that's affected by Chinese import penetration. Now, number one, their instrument for Chinese import penetration is not good. It's not good. It violates the exclusion restriction. It's heavily correlated with all imports. So it's not actually their instrument does not actually affect their outcome through only one channel. There are multiple channels which it goes through, namely imports from other rich countries and low-income countries as well. I think it's mid to high-income countries that the study I have talking about the violation of the exclusion restriction. So that's number one. It's not even a particularly good study, and there are other issues with the study too. Which the second one I'm going to mention here that's relevant is that doing that does not give you an answer to the aggregate effect of manufacturing employment for the whole country, much less the just like total effect of employment. The thing that they do to try to estimate that in their paper, and it's not a good way to estimate it, it's called naive scaling. And I forget exactly the method for doing so. So I'm going to look at my notes. Get that headline number. They multiply the regional slope by the national change in import penetration. It's called naive scale up. It assumes the aggregate effect is just the DID times the size of the shock. It assumes no spillovers, no reallocation, and no general equilibrium. It's not a general equilibrium thing. Again, it's a difference in difference paper, looking at the difference between local labor markets with regards to Chinese imports. And it doesn't even do a good job at that because they have a dirty instrument. Okay. You cannot estimate the aggregate employment effects without a general equilibrium model. The paper I get the 2.2 million number from takes their paper, their work, which again, is not even good to begin with, and tries to actually make a general equilibrium model. And they find that 2.2 million number. But likewise, or not likewise, opposite of likewise, there are other people who make general equilibrium models that find actually led to a net increase in jobs. This is a net increase of 1.5 million jobs, as opposed to a loss in jobs. So this is the increased one, and this is another reason why the study flawed is time. It's issue. So China's export growth in the United States from 1950 to 2008 using a structural model to disentangle the effects of past tariff changes from the effects of changes in expectation of future tariffs. We find that the effects of China's 1980 normal trade relations grant lasted past its 2001 ascension to the WTO, and the likelihood of losing NTR status decreased significantly during the 1986 to 1992, but changed little thereafter. U.S. manufacturing employment trends support our findings. Industries more exposed to the 1980 reform have shed workers steadily since then without acceleration around China's WTO ascension. Anyway. Ergo vis-a-vis accordingly. That's it. Sorry, that just triggered me. We did not even talk about that. He said that was my best study. When that is taking the worst study and making a general equilibrium model from it, and it's the worst outcome you can get from that. The people who take the bad study and make other people who take the bad study and get a general equilibrium model from it, or make one for it, find the opposite result. Anyway.
Candidates, and the establishment Democratic Party runs people like Cuomo, who
going gray in your 20s is crazy.
Sexual harassment.
Going gray.
And it's a moderate, and the fact that he won pretty well is a sign that the Democratic Party should move towards the left.
So if Mamdani, for instance, say he was a citizen and he was running for president of the United States, would you guys vote for him?
If he was a nominee, I would vote for him. I'm not sure I would vote for him.
These are the boomer Democrats, bro. These are people on my side.
In the primary.
Why?
Because I looked at, this is probably where we disagree, because I look for electorability.
I would absolutely vote for him. I would vote for him because he's a star.
Didn't you just say the whole prompt is about electability? It's about they should move left to energize young voters.
In our Democratic Party is a star. And I think that
oh wait, that's not even
galvanizing a lot of young.
Oh my god, I thought this thing here, you guys can't see because there's noise. I thought it was a spot on my monitor, but it's not. It's just, they just have must be a spot on the camera or something, because it goes away.
What we need in our Democratic Party is a star.
And the other things.
And I think that
the other shots.
He's galvanizing a lot of young voters. And I think that for us as older people, it can be a little challenging, but we need to be challenged.
It's your generation that got him elected. It was definitely young people who were not used to voting who wanted him in, and that's
which is why. And you think that's scalable to the nation? And it's like I think all else equal, obviously more young people would vote if a Mamdani like candidate won, but I would guess it's not going to have as significant of an effect on the nationwide scale. And there'd probably be more boomers nationwide that would not be willing to vote for someone like Zorhan, as opposed to on a nationwide scale, as opposed to in New York City. I don't want Fawn to be the modern Robespierre.
And
Isn't
I think for anyone who...
Is that the fucking prime minister of France? I feel like that was... I feel like I recognize the name, but...
has a problem with his lack of experience, he's hiring people that have a lot of experience. And I think that's in his favor.
Yeah, I think Zoran is Obama-esque. He can, like you said, galvanize the younger generation, which is something we definitely need to work on.
My feeling is if moving further left means healthcare for people, fixing the immigration problem instead of locking people up, and affordability and those types of things, if that is what moving further left means, I'm all for it.
They did not do a good job screening these people, bro.
I do understand your point on electorability, but I feel like that doesn't necessarily work. I feel like a lot of times...
See, if I was I need to be on the boomer side. I'm going to say, actually, single-player healthcare would kill a bajillion, quadrillion people because of reduced medical innovation.
When you think in a more moderate lens as to kind of like quote-unquote steal voters, I think that can almost like bite you in the butt just a little bit, because you almost then ostracize.
I mean, I'm assuming he was killed.
And like we saw in New York, it was a lot of galvanization of like the younger people. And even then, he actually did very well with a lot of older
killed himself.
So I feel like it's one of those points where you can't operate from a mentality of how can we best play defense, but just how can we best get our point across. And I feel like that is the direction we should be going in, personally.
Normally, I don't try to be motivated by fear, and I'm willing to take risks. But because of MAGA and Trumpism, and the threat is the worst I've ever seen in my lifetime, it's really worse than anything I've experienced, that we have to be really careful, and this is not the time to take risks.
Okay, this is how I feel. Gavin Newsom is ready to fight, and I want to get behind somebody who's ready to fight, and that's who I want to get behind.
To tie in all of these points.
I don't see. That's a fair point. I don't know if the young people are going to disagree with that, though.
We need somebody who can communicate. That has been the problem. That you will have issues that people are talking about, and you don't have candidates or people in power who are actually able to communicate that to everyone. Right. So if that means going further left to make that happen, or staying centrist to make that happen, it doesn't matter as long as somebody can communicate. Gavin Newsom is a good communicator. Mamdani is a great communicator. So we need people like that, because the old guard has not been communicating well.
Like Schumer.
They just have not.
Been terrible.
Can I ask one question real quick? I'm sorry for talking.
I don't even to be clear, I don't totally disagree with that. I think Schumer's been weak on some things. I don't know exactly where I stand on the government shutdown, but I actually think his choice to not do a government shutdown initially, the first time that conversation came up, was actually probably, at least in hindsight, justified. I think with the second one, I think did Schumer didn't support the deal himself, right? He just didn't do a good job of controlling the Democrats enough to actually stop them from getting the deal that they got. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. He could have come out and supported the deal. I don't know where I stand on how far that should have gone and when that should have ended. I don't think the deal that we got was particularly good, though. I will say that. But man, they did not screen these people well.
But I guess for me, it's kind of a conversation between communication and conviction. Just which one do you guys feel like is more important? Like, this is a question I genuinely have, because I feel like while the optics and the marketing around politics is more important than it's ever been, at the same time, I also want to make sure we don't go for figureheads and kind of just talking heads, making sure we have someone who actually has the conviction to actually make those ideals happen, if you guys want to speak on that.
Yeah, I think conviction is probably the biggest for me. I would argue, and I think a lot of people, I actually work in politics, I work for a Republican, not my views, but
it's funny. I was just about to say this guy does not look like a fucking leftist.
Obviously, but I think they would argue that J.D. Vance is a great communicator, right? But I don't think he has the conviction to do that. So do we need someone on the Democratic side that is a great communicator but doesn't have any conviction? Which I could see both parts. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, I would argue.
J.D. Vance is good at talking.
Yeah,
I don't know about communicating.
Right.
I agree.
It's a big difference.
Just because words come out of your mouth doesn't mean you're communicating.
They all agree.
Like so many of them. And I think what all of us probably would agree on is that people like Donald Trump,
you've all been agreeing,
follow him, have done more damage to this country in a very short time than in anybody's history. And that's got to end.
I mean, I feel like what I've kind of been hearing from like your guys' side is a lot of fear. I think a lot of the motivation is fear, and I don't think that's any way to exist. I think, yes, I do agree that Trump is a threat, but it's starting to sound like we're like the react to Trump party instead of our own party. And I believe that we, as the Democratic Party, need to start acting with whatever we want to do and our own policies. And instead of being like, oh my God, we need to react to Trump, we need to counter this. No, we need to do what we want and start leading that way, just like how they lead. And I feel like that is the way to move forward, because fear mongering, people are just tired of that.
So respectfully, I'm not sure that that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I'm not either.
We're not saying anything
We're not
really
talking
about
about
the fear of it.
Well,
But we are.
I am saying
You're saying that there's an existential threat right now,
No,
but
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying-
disagreeing with you. I think Democrats need to focus on the things that Democrats are known for, which is being about the people, caring for the people, and Democrats need to
Okay, kill me to it. I don't care. Fuck this shit, bro. I agree. Democrats should have a policy platform. Okay, the one that's popular enough to get them elected. I also have disagreements with what actually seems to be popular among especially young people.
Until it was very obvious that he would win.
Right.
And I feel like it's one of those things where, and I hate to bring up the idea of fear, and I'm not saying this is.
Okay, wokeness has gone too far and alienates moderate voters.
And alienates moderate voters.
I'll support. What group we got?
When are you gonna be streaming next? By the way, I don't know for sure. Probably what day is today? Probably not later today, technically, but tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. And then maybe the day afterward. If not the day afterwards, then the day after that on the 19th. But maybe the day after tomorrow. Flash technically later today. Maybe on the 18th. I'll say not technically for sure, but very likely on the 19th.
I think we don't need moderate voters if we can galvanize the youth or our liberal voters. So Pete, I'm gonna ask you what the opinion is.
I'm not sure that's true. Like I said, I'm not delivering to people. Okay, I don't have the data on hand. It's my understanding based on honestly, mostly when I say stuff I've seen on Twitter, I do mean stuff I've seen on Twitter from people who I consider reputable, and they're people posting. I'm gonna diss my GF soy at you about moral epistemology based. What's the prompt? I miss it. It's about if wokeness has gone too far and alienates moderate voters. And what I say should have seen on Twitter, I mean people posting links to reports that I bookmark and then say I'm gonna read and then never read. It's my understanding from stuff like that is not there just are not enough young people such that you could afford alienating enough moderate Republican Democratic boomers. But
you being older.
Yeah, sounds good, Charsky.
Things what was it? The Trump ad that was Kamala Harris is for they, them, I'm for you. I think.
If you want, hold on, just real quick. What was the? I'll give you the quick thing or whatever. One, there's some realist loading where it seems like you're saying only makes sense if we think there's some stance-independent fact in a matter, and our intuitions track those facts, but not completely. So I guess I don't think that's true. I do think I lean towards more realism, but I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think even if you are a moral subjectivist and more relativist, you're just an anti-realist. You should still. There are still reasons to think your intuitions could be guided by emotion rather than by some type of rationality or by not intuition, by some type of bias. And I think even if you are an anti-realist, if you think intuition is valuable, you should still think that an intuition guided by something more rational would be better than a moral intuition guided by something irrational or emotional, strictly emotional. I think all intuitions are to some extent emotional, obviously. I also think that a response could be given to any reductio to a normative theory, and I think they could find the source of these responses from NAP heads, super implausible, but I think they could basically say the same thing. I think, I don't know, insofar as people who accept the NAP and say, this reductio to the NAP I provide, and they provide some explanation for why the intuition might be erring. I think that can discount the objection, but I don't think with the NAP, I don't think any of them have been sufficient enough to discount the objection such that I don't think it gives you sufficient reason for rejecting the NAP.
Resonated with a lot of moderate voters and a lot of people, even though that's not necessarily true.
But also, just to be clear, I think more about economics and philosophy. I don't have crazy strong opinions on these things, but regardless.
I don't remember in the Kamala's campaign hitting back from that. They kind of just took that. And it really resonated with moderate voters and really galvanized Trump supporters to come out?
Well, if wokeness is marginalized people no longer putting up with racial epithets or discrimination, I'm all for that. But wokeness has been weaponized. Like I saw a video of a white guy wearing dreadlocks getting harassed. And things like that really can be used by people on the right to demonize the left as a cudgel against them. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but it definitely has been weaponized and been used against Democrats and the left.
I feel like this is an interesting conversation because I don't agree with the idea of wokeness having gone too far.
Right.
But
I know.
The idea of
They got the other boomer to agree.
Alienating concept. I think one, I would like to start with like what the actual definition of, I guess, woke or wokeness is. Like it goes back to the early 1900s from like black revolutionaries and even black artists. The original idea into like 2016, the idea of wokeness was just surrounded around this idea of consciousness within marginalized people and just like being aware of the systems in place.
Which we should all be.
Exactly. So, but I feel like it's gotten to a point today, and not on the wokeness topic, but more so on the alienation side, to where the stakes are very dire. It's very in your face, to where I think it goes to what you're saying, to where I personally don't believe there's room for moderation.
That's up to money. I knew at the moment I knew the awakening was over is when I saw that Kamala's for they them ad that would have gotten Trump banned on all platforms in 2018. True. Rip hat guy based.
In a perfect government system or in a perfect society, there would be that room to.
That's pissed you off enough.
Well, I can go with this issue, I can go with this, but I think things becoming as polarizing as they are, and with the stakes, like people are getting picked up off the street. Like that's not a thing that's just like it's like genuinely happening. Like there are college students getting kidnapped and sent to El Salvador. So I think it's one of those things where the point and the stakes are getting so high to where there's no room for that. So people who are moderate are going to feel alienated both by the right and by the left. So then it just becomes a question of strategy and how do you kind of appeal to those people without, I guess, selling out the movement. And I'm curious about you.
I mean, I just think the whole woke thing just completely grinds my gears. Because I mean, you referenced the idea that woke is something that got co-opted from the black, really church. Woke came out of church. Stay woke. Let him sleep. Meaning you're not aware of what's going on among our people. And to let, white liberals...
What are we on about right now, bro? For how they get everyone to fucking agree on this now.
Liberals did it too, Y'all are too woke because, you want rights for trans people. Y'all are too woke because you want him, her. And at the end of the day, we forgot that, again, there are people down at the bottom rung who don't have health care, who cannot eat, who cannot find a place to sleep, who cannot find decent housing. And to let the conservative, what do you call those people, moderates and conservatives, run away with this idea, I'm shutting it down every time. You don't even know what the woke is. It really just...
Do you find it a lot boring at some point? Any desire for conversations that are substantive? Yeah, obviously. That's why I could... no offense to food shops, or actually maybe offense to food shops. I don't know. I have no opinion on the whatever recent food shops drama shit that's been happening. I generally don't even know what the fuck has happened, but apparently she's in some weird drama now. Like I could be food shops who just like plays video games and reacts to like literally any random slop like constantly. But I don't do that because I like having more substantive conversations. I like doing more nerdy shit. The reason I don't stream sometimes is because I am reading or preparing for a more substantive conversation, or I just have nothing substantive to do, even though I could just react to every WIC TV panel. I could just react to every new Jubilee video. Yeah.
And senses
gooning, obviously.
That we got hung up about this culture stuff. Again, he heard them, all that.
Goonin's been working. If you guys don't see my Twitter, Goonin's been working for me though. So
there's 1% of the population that is trans. And yes, they should have health care. They should have decent places to sleep. They should be able to eat just like all the rest of us.
You're right. And to me, the term moderate is such a useless term.
Yes.
You're either for something or you're against it. What's a moderate? What does that mean? It means you don't have an opinion.
Okay, I don't... See, this is a slop I find it especially boring. Oh my god. Studying politics divides the Democratic Party more than it unites it. Freedom of speech should include uncomfortable or offensive. Oh my god. Okay, we'll watch the Israel section if it's interesting.
Israel is incompatible with progressive values.
I'm not on Twitter much. Care to unpack that for me? I just how do I even describe this? I reply guide enough to a girl enough such that she followed me and we've chatted and DMs a bit, and it was funny. But yeah.
So do you guys think that the Democratic Party should support Israel?
I think it's a question of what exactly to support me and what does that.
You don't have to. It's safe for work. It's just I don't even know how. Like if you're not, I don't know. I don't even know how to encapsulate it. I goon posted my way to her DMs. That is what has happened.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's a really
exactly. I think this is a very tricky one because
it's a nuanced question.
I know my personal beliefs regarding to that entire situation. I have a family that was born into a colonial situation. I'm very anti-colonization, which is why, in regards to the prompt, I think supporting Israel is anti-progressive values because you can't be a progressive and be for one of the youngest colonial projects in world history. Like that in and of itself.
True.
Makes sense. But
can I supporting Pakistan against? I don't think Pakistan is colonial, like in the same sense Israel is, but obviously. Hold on, I'm trying to just find one of the things. If the U.S. decided to draft for a war in the Middle East, primarily for Israel's interest, which some may argue is an extension of our own, would you try to opt out of the draft? Yeah, now to be fair, even for a war that I thought was like super justified, I might just try to selfishly opt out of the draft because I'm just not, I just feel like I'm not built for that, bro. You know, sensitive Gen Zer, plus I weigh 110 pounds, and I don't like rigid schedules, and I don't like being, I just feel like I'm not built for that. That is something I don't want to do. So, but, if I like whether or not it was, I care more about like whether or not I view it as justified. I don't think it being in Israel's interest necessarily makes it more or less justified. I think I would have to evaluate it like independently. I don't think anything Israel does is like inherently unjustifiable or whatever. You could only join your friends at Antifa as a member of the Gravy Seals. This is true. See, this is what I'm talking about. Exactly. If we got invaded, however unlikely, I think you'd pick up a Nerf. Yeah. Let's assume you want to do it and we're physically fit. If I wanted to do it, then why wouldn't I? So when I hear I wanted to do it, I'm assuming I want to do it because I think the war is justified, right? I don't really care, I don't care that much about Israel's role in it if I view it as justified. Now, because I think many things Israel does and is doing are not justified, if I'm taking that into account, then that can be a reason insofar as Israel does unjustifiable things in this hypothetical to not support it. But I just don't, I'm still just evaluating that independently, but
do agree with
nature is incompatible.
Exactly. By nature it's incompatible, but also my own personal beliefs. Mm-hmm. When you look at Israel was almost...
Would you have gone to Europe in either Great War? I mean, I think, I think it'd be the right thing to do, at least in World War II. I don't have I don't know enough about World War I, about the U.S.'s involvement in World War I. As you have get Trump's foot spurs. I think it would be the right thing to do. Now, I don't know if so you'd be willing to die for Israel. Absolutely. It's I don't know if I emotionally or personally would selfishly try to get out of it. I would like to think that I would go fight in World War II, but I also cannot say with confidence that I know I would, right?
Ethiopia, you know what I mean? When you look at a lot of the history of that situation, it's a very funny spot, and not funny in a good way.
But I think what people miss today is Israel is not Benjamin Netanyahu. People get confused with Benjamin Netanyahu and his small far-right party, and the rest of the people who are living in Israel.
The thing is, people conflate war crimes with existence. I think while the existence of Israel is something that, from a past standpoint,
this is not the Mossad. I would pay you $5,000 per stream to fight anti-Semitism, attack dead, found children. I mean, that's a lot of shrimp. I think that's positive expected value. I don't know.
I would disagree with. The fact is that it does exist today. What we can do, however, is prevent the war crimes that are continuing to persist in Gaza and against the Palestinian people. I do think that
You know what? Hawkeye base. Let's go.
Two-state solution is the most feasible and practical thing to do because Israel exists, and unfortunately, there's not even enough Palestinians to occupy Palestine as it previously was, which is a result of a genocide. So it's a very sad spot to see that we kind of have to exist with the fact that that's something happening and that has happened. But
well, and it happened 75 years ago, and people need to be aware of history.
People think
that when it happened, it's all the nations around there, they didn't accept the Palestinians. They didn't run in.
How many Jews are in Gaza, non-Fawn? My understanding, after 2005, 0.
You can do with them.
No, they did. Jordan accepted the Palestinians.
Most of them
So
didn't.
I'm just going to put my cards on the table here. I think Israel should not exist. I think it is going against United
Oh boy.
Nations policies, and I think Israel is a terrorist state.
It's going against United Nations policies. How incredibly specific.
And Israel is.
Oh my God, she's got the one state Palestine necklace on too. Let's go. Hold on. You can see it. And has the birth rate gone up in that time? If in Gaza, my understanding is, yeah, the birth rate has gone up since 2005. What's this easy money?
The Bush administration has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. As president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one.
But you people claim it's a genocide. I don't, to be clear, I don't think it's a genocide. So which is it? Birth rates go up or a genocide? But I also don't think those are incompatible. I think Israel can have the special intent to exterminate the Palestinian people in Gaza in the current war, right? But still, being attempting genocide right now, even though birth rates have gone up since 2005. I don't think those are necessarily incompatible. And paste Obama.
Step number two.
I hate it.
Is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than.
But messaging wise, I think it's good, and I don't totally disagree with it, but I do just I don't know. I just like immigration, guys. It's I don't like the exploitation talking point, and I don't like the Americans feel their economic position slipping away.
Be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker. That has to change. They have to be held accountable. Start shedding some light on the problem, and we can once again be a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. That's what I intend to do as president of the United States.
Wow. You can see how he changed his views over time. Obama? Wasn't Obama the deporter-in-chief? I don't know how much Obama changed his view, but obviously Biden had a very different policy at least. But
a settler colonialist project that has basically done what the United States did to the Native Americans and exactly what happened in South Africa. Israel's existence is illegal. It's white supremacy, and that's personally what I believe. What should happen to the people that currently live in Israel? Living in a democracy called Palestine.
So would you be for
living in a democracy?
Incredible.
Well, Israel.
So Israel's not a democracy. Israel's not a democracy. Israel is a theocracy. It has a mandated religion.
True.
And people that do not believe
so usually when I hear people make the argument Israel's not a democracy, the argument is Palestinians in the West Bank don't have rights despite Israel occupying them, and there's some amount of discrimination against Palestinians even within Israel proper, such that we can't consider it a democracy. I don't think Israel has any religious mandate. So Israel doesn't have a constitution, right? Israel, I think they have basic law. They haven't been able to, I think actually part of the reason they haven't been able to pass a constitution is because of the Palestinian question. People can't agree on what rights to give Palestinians. But look up the Obama gay marriage change. Why do I care about that? Open borders is base, but winning elections is more. But I agree with that, South Rama. This is true. The evil Republicans just want slave labor from below the border. This is true. All the evil billionaires. That's why they like open borders so much. That was Bernie Sanders talking point, right? That's a open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. Oh, kill me. Israel basic law theocracy finds Israel as a nation state of the Jewish people, establishing Jewish symbols, Hebrew as the official language, and prioritizing Jewish settlement, creating tension with democratic values and sparking debate over the balance between Jewish identity and minority. Thank you, Google. Gemini. I think it probably is like some conflation between the Jewish ethnicity and the Jewish religion that she's kind of doing here, I would imagine. I don't even know if the thoughts are that complex, honestly. Probably repeating something she saw on Twitter. Who is more sensible, a Democrat in 1991 or a Democrat in 2020? I don't know enough about Democrats in 1991. I don't know what you mean by sensible. I don't know. Yeah, like I don't, like if by sensible you just mean like which one do I happen to agree with more? Like I don't think I know enough about Democrats in 1991 to really say. It's hard to like evaluate. Like, am I evaluating like the relative? Like I don't know what the relative wokeness of 1991 Democrats were, right? Like I don't know how socially progressive they were relative to their time. It's hard to evaluate that stuff because of, it's relative to their time. But the morning a black shirt gets her information off TikTok and she also thinks the Holocaust didn't happen. I don't think I would go that far. I don't think the last half of that statement is probably true. But
even our religion are oppressed, brutalized, and killed.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What would the reinstation of Palestine look like? Because now all of the previously Israeli people, or the Israeli people would then be Palestinian. What exactly would that look like from a practical lens? Like, what's like your 5
it can, you know what, honestly, it can be named whatever it wants to be named, right? Whatever the country desires to be named, what needs to occur, just like any other nation state, people should be able to move freely. Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, should be able to leave their houses and go to Jerusalem if they desire.
That would happen under a two-state solution, would it not? Or they'd be able to move freely within the West Bank, and that would include some of Jerusalem, presumably. Under a two-state solution, obviously, if they were two different states, they would have some border agreements that might restrict just totally free movement between the two states. But
they should be able to move around the entirety of this nation, just like any other nation, if they please. And that is currently not the case. Israel is not by any means a democracy, and the West just shouldn't be supporting it because what it's doing to Palestinians, what it's doing to people in general, is disgusting.
Well, when you say it's not a democracy, that's no different than the United States. We're also run by a bunch of criminals. We're not a democracy anymore either.
No,
we can't do what we want.
So what I'm saying, though, is in Israel's constitution, essentially the equivalent of the constitution, it talks about Jewish supremacy, and it talks about the eradication.
Have no claim to anything in the nation of Israel. I think it's obviously fair to say the Palestinians have some claim, or like I don't even know what it exactly means to have some claim. Well, I know what it means. I understand the concept. To be clear, I'm just, that's not the way I evaluate things. I don't put much consideration on that. I just care about expected value, baby. I understand why Palestinians feel like they have a claim to the West Bank and Gaza, especially, and even parts of Jerusalem and stuff. They obviously were there after the Jews were also kicked out, obviously thousands of years ago. But like, I think it's fair to give them control over the West Bank and of Gaza, and potentially land swaps to get that arrangement as well. But the Jews are always considered a settler people. The problem is when people make this argument, they never accept the opposite. Yeah. They decolonized Israel from the Ottoman Empire. Yeah.
Eradication of Palestinian people. And so if that is the core tenet of its existence, what I'm saying is that it cannot be a democracy, because in the United States, yes, we have our issues, but people are not being mass killed, mass bombed, sniped when they're just trying to go to class, when they're trying to go to their homes. My family was killed by Israel.
Anti-gay marriage, pro-civil unions, very pro-capitalism, but very pro-safety net, pro-war. Like, I'm pro-gay marriage. I don't know. I'm again, it's hard to evaluate the relative wokeness of the time. I like the very pro-capitalism thing, but also pro-safety net thing. Although it's my understanding, like Clinton, I don't know exactly the whole everything Clinton did. My understanding comes from Matt Bruenig being fired because of statements he made about Clinton in the welfare state. So my understanding is Clinton made changes to the welfare state that Matt Bruenig did not like, and therefore I find it likely that I would not like as well. But I don't know, very pro-war and drugs. I think it's hindsight against that. Pro-free trade, I agree with that. Obviously, very anti-deficit. I get in the context we're in now, I might be very anti-deficit, but I'm not that anti-deficit spending in principle. Pro-workfare, pro-tough and crime, pro-NATO, pro-Israel. I mean, I don't super heavily agree with the pro-Israel thing. The pro-tough and crime, I think, is just too vague for me to specify exactly, but I like the pro-NATO. When has there ever been an independent state of Palestine? I don't think I ever claimed there was, but I don't think that's what I really like. That's not what I care about, right? Like I think, I think there's never been. Actually, there might have been. There might have been an independent state of Kurdistan at one point, right? But like, I don't think just because there's never been an independent state of Kurdistan, there might have been historically. I don't know, but not in recent history. That therefore. Or if we suppose that was the case, like Kurdistan should not have any, Kurds should not have any autonomy. I would understand why Kurds would feel justified in either having their own separate state, or at the very least having what they have now, which is like some independent autonomous zone within the countries that they're a part of, right? Like I think there is obviously some coherent Palestinian identity, regardless of how recent you think that emerged. If you go to the West Bank, people will tell you they're Palestinian. If you go to Gaza, people will tell you they're Palestinian. There's some shared culture there. It makes sense, insofar as any nation state makes sense, to say people who have some type of shared identity, common identity, should have some type of autonomy in their own, nation. Like, I think that's totally fair.
My cousins, they're now orphaned. Their mother, a staircase fell on her. It fell on her because Israel decided to bomb them and kill them. And they basically lived out of a tent. They lost everything to them. And it's all because of the United States.
It's a very personal issue for you.
No, it's not a personal issue. I would believe this. I believe this even before my family was killed. I would believe this even if I didn't have any personal ties to it.
What's up, Rosh? I actually watched this Jubilee and I enjoyed it. I've skipped through most of it. I find it boring. Minus Sheila, everyone is very based.
And I know.
Well, they all agree. That's the issue. But yeah, what's up, Roch? Welcome back.
They have a heart and they are human. And if you want to go back and look at how Israel started and how the British had colonized Palestine first, and all of this messed up stuff, and then Israel then went and it took over the prisons that the British had to maintain their settler colonialism, and things got worse and worse until the siege happened in Gaza. And
at least we recognize there's a tension between the Zionists and the British at some point. Okay, at least we recognize it wasn't some evil British plan to import all the Jews there. Okay, at least we recognize there's some tension between them. Okay, at least we get that much.
We are where we are today.
I think you're missing how it originally started, which is immigrants from Western Europe after the Holocaust needed someplace to go, and they wanted to.
It started way before the Holocaust with Theodor Herzl. He was the one who started writing about it, and originally they had plans to go to Argentina, and then later it was decided, okay, well, the British have already colonized the state of Palestine, and so because of negotiations with the British,
and it's religiously and historically important to them as well. But regardless,
then when it occurred, and it allowed the West to have a Western.
That identity is as new as the Israeli identity. I think. There might be an argument for that, you bring it right. Like, I know people have disagreements about it, but I think certainly, at the very least, by like the 70s, I think certainly at that point, 1970s to be clear, I don't think there's any coherent argument that there's like no Palestinian nation in the sense that there's also like a, Kurdistan nation, as in like a group of people with some common identity, shared background, even if they don't have their own independent state.
Imperialist country in the middle of the Middle East, where they could then control certain trades agreements, whatever.
But no one in the West called it that. They called it a democracy, and for the longest time, before the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu, people thought of it as a democracy, and there are a lot of presidents who've tried to get a two-state solution, which is what they need.
And the West also thought slavery was okay, and that continued to occur. So just because the West thinks it doesn't mean it's true. It's not even close to true.
First off, sorry for your loss, but Israel is not an example of colonialism. Colonialism is when an outside power comes in to another territory to exploit the natural resources of that area.
Exactly what happened in Palestine.
To send back to the homeland at the expense of the indigenous people. Israel is an example of indigenous people returning to their homeland. There's been Jews living in that area for thousands of years.
And they lived alongside the Palestinians with no issue.
Yes, that's true. But the Zionist movement was opposed by the British colonialists. It was an indigenous movement as a result of the discrimination Jews faced during the Holocaust.
This guy knows. He knows. Let's go.
They decided to create what is today Palestine. They drew it out.
Oh my God.
I believe it was 1914. After that, the British were in control of Palestine, correct? Which was settler colonialism. Yes?
His point there is that Britain was opposed, to some extent, at varying times, to the settler colonialism that the Jewish people were doing. They didn't want as many Jewish immigrants that went to Israel. It actually happened. Like they literally arrested a lot of Jewish immigrants and like sent them to fucking Cyprus. They were against it at certain points in time. I forget the years and everything, but their policy changed. But they're not uniformly for it. But people who claim to be Palestine DNA is not unique. It's not separate from I don't care that much about the genetics. Whatever. There's people, they clearly have some identity, whatever. I don't care that much about the genes. Wasn't it the same lady who wanted free migration? Probably. Yeah, it was, yeah. Why do you think the left wins at everything? They won on women's suffrage. I think because the arc of history is long, but tend towards bends. I'm tired. Towards wokeness, okay? I think it's just because, liberal ideas tend to be good at appealing to people, and over time they, people make that type of progress. Yeah. People want universal basic income plus healthcare for the entire world based.
Which was colonialism at the time.
The British settler colonialism and the other powers, when they carved up Saudi Arabia and Jordan, all those countries, installed monarchy.
history lessons Democrats oppose the female right to vote. That is why Easy Money said the left. He's talking about, when he says the left here, he's really just referring to a lot of social progressive things. No, not fun. You're falling into a bad mindset. Oh no. To be clear, I recognize there are backlashes against it, and I recognize that there are obviously times where that's not true. Like obviously the fucking Nazis were, you know, I don't even know what to call it, a regression from that. To a lesser degree, obviously Trump has been, but I'm saying like that's my general intuition is that because history doesn't move in one direction. I agree, but I think it's obviously trended in one direction, as Easy Money was pointing out. Everyone knows progressives will eventually win in healthcare in the U.S. Republicans are just biding their time. Yeah, well, maybe if we have a sovereign default before that point, then maybe they won't. Okay.
Okay, so that was colonial. Thank you. Okay, so then after that, what began happening was people began migrating into what is now called today Israel, right? And
yes, but that was opposed by the British authorities.
In the beginning, perhaps. Then after that, okay, at one point it became opposed because the Palestinians began revolting.
So you're saying supporting Israel is compatible with progressive values. So can you share why?
Yes. Now, I'm not supporting the Benjamin Netanyahu government. He's a horrible person. But the concept of Israel itself, it's a beacon. It's one of the few democracies in that region. And compared to the other countries in that region, I've studied Jewish history, the Holocaust. Jews have put up so much oppression throughout their history. There's been Jews living in that part of the country, in that part of the world for thousands of years. 2,000 years ago, there was a Jewish nation there. They were all kicked out. When I see Jewish people returning to their indigenous territory, I don't see it as colonialism. I think that you can make a good case for the concept of Israel after the Holocaust. I think the idea of a Jewish homeland is a good thing, and it's compatible with progressive values to support a Jewish homeland.
Hey, man, this is a really, really fraught subject, and it's very, very convoluted, and depending on how much you know, it's very hard to form an opinion. So I'm just going to go with the progressive side of things, which I understand. If you are for progressive values, you are for fairness. You are for figuring out solutions outside of the box that benefit people. And so in the current situation, what I feel like the United States is doing is supporting Israeli leadership right now. Obviously, Israel is our ally and has been our ally for a long time. So my disagreeing with the statement is that support for Israel has to come within progressive values, or else the situation is going to continue as it is right now.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Okay, wait, actually, half true, though. I don't think that technically aligns with the prompt, but
Israel.
Well, we support Israel
but is
right
Israel
now.
Not currently.
Israel's our ally, and currently the United States supports Israel. So in order to change the situation into a progressive...
See, this part's the truth. I don't think technically that actually is what the prompt is asking, but let's go, my queen.
We have to do something that also supports Israel and
not
supports
the proponent of a current genocide against
Yeah, I agree.
So why would we support Israel? Why are we giving money
because no one
to bomb and kill
That's just like if your kid's a crackhead. You supported them before they were one because they were your kid. You support them now.
I don't know if this and now.
And you're trying to figure out
the U.S. has a special obligation to fucking Israel. Let's go. True.
Solution. So that they're not a crackhead anymore.
To helping your kid who's a crackhead is to give them more and more drugs so they can keep getting high. That's exactly what we're doing.
That would be
more and more weapons.
The point is that obviously you have to draw a line in the sand and say this is what we're going to do now to solve this problem. And that's what the country has not done. The support for Israel needs to change. Clearly, it's not going to be withdrawn. It's not going to be withdrawn. That's a fairy tale. It needs to change. The support. It is a fairy tale.
We support crack.
We withdrew from supporting certain.
Kamala would have run if she ran on that message.
And we stopped giving them aid and human rights. So how is it that hard to believe that we can stop giving Israel military?
Because Israel's different, isn't it?
It's not different.
It's like Russia. I mean, come on, we supported them. I think it was World War I, right? We worked with them too. World War II.
Decades ago.
And now we don't support them.
It's not a different fish.
So my only real response to this is I'm sitting here absorbing.
I'm glad.
You know, because it's a lot that
incredible.
And I'd rather sit and listen.
The Gen Zer is speaking. Sit down and listen. Every Gen Zer should understand the media environment they grew up in, and the media environment boomers grew up in surrounding Israel.
All the different sides of it. Well, everything you're saying is true. Everything I'm hearing is true.
Fortunately.
I don't know. I don't really have a solution for that. This has been a problem.
Not going to happen.
If you believe in that. I don't want to interject something that I don't have as much information on. So listening in all of these things is what's most important. I've got to listen to be able to form an opinion when other people have more information than I do.
Identity politics divides the Democratic...
Okay, don't care. Kill me. Okay. I don't care about. I just don't care about that stuff. I just don't care. Slop. Slop. It's slop. I'm done with the slop. I don't think I have anything else. I was trying to see if I. Yeah. Okay. 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 Hold on. Actually, no. I'll show you the one. This is how I'm gonna. You watch Ryan Macbeth? Yeah. I don't watch all his content, but yeah, but I have. I'm subscribed to him. I have seen his stuff before. This is this is what I mean when I say gooning has worked out for me. Hold on, Chipringo. Let me find the. Can I show this on Twitch? I don't know if I can show this on Twitch. I feel like I can. It should be. Yeah, it's totally fine actually. Yeah, we're good. This is the winning gooning here. Okay, it's like me under a picture of a fucking goon bait woman. Okay, saying, "Do you stand with Jerome Powell?" Typical Twitter comment. Okay, and then like another girl who I've shit posted under like this before, like her tweeting out afterwards, "I stand with Jerome Powell." Like, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's the context for that. Okay. Wait, you're ending? Yeah, easy money. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't that long of a stream, but had the conversation, watched the slop I care about. Yeah, I think I'm gonna read some stuff and set up some other pre-recorded stuff. Maybe edit. I don't know. You gotta let these girls out non-fun, turn them into econ hoes. I pre-disavow. Where do you even find these women? My algorithm just gives them to me. Non-fun, it just have Riz. Okay, exactly, Rosh. I mean, you just like enough post to boobies, and Twitter will recognize that you want to see boobies. That's all I'm saying. Good stream, dude. Yeah, I appreciate bass guitar. Okay. I took like a week-long break from streaming. I was mostly lazy. I do have school now, but it's not. I don't have that much work. Like, I only have classes on 2 days, but I have a lot of homework outside of that. Do you want to watch 2 more clips about Obama and immigration? Good. Head over to Ringold. And I'll see you next week. I'll see you guys before next week. Not tomorrow. I have schoolwork that I have to do tomorrow. I procrastinated so I could read stuff to prepare for this conversation. And then I'll either stream the day after tomorrow or the day after that. So see you before next stream. Love you guys. Appreciate it. See you guys later. Means a lot to me. You guys all watch me chat. You join a Discord. You follow on Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. So you guys